we're talking about concussion protocol, we know there's a benchmark that these guys go through before the season. That's how they can tell the difference as well. And it's not a perfect test. There is no perfect test. I get that. And I don't think Mike McDaniel, the head coach there in Miami, did anything wrong. I do truly believe him. What coach who looks at his own job, his own security, would jeopardize his ticket to success, right? To keep his job. So long term for a week 4 game. So I disagree with any notion that Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, did anything wrong here.
Well, also, let's say this, Alex. I mean, This isn't varsity blues, right? Where Wendell's going back in the game and John Voight's giving him a shot in the knee. I mean, Mike McDaniel, it's not just about himself. He's not protecting his job. It's the National Football League. It's a close-knit fraternity. Like, yes, it's a big business, but he's playing with some house money already, starting his career. Sure. Who cares about Tua? I mean, let's just call it what it is, Absolutely. Right? I mean, you are so naive if you act like this head coach-quarterback relationship, which is so important and vital. You think he's going to put this guy at risk when he doesn't want to be put at risk? I don't really get the knocking of the Dolphins coaching staff because I covered Washington when Robert Griffin tore his ACL and LCL in Seattle or in Washington against Seattle in a playoff game. And everyone kind of crushed the Shanahans at that time, Mike and Kyle, and said, you shouldn't have had him on the field. James Andrews was on their staff on the sideline. What coaches do, if they're doing their job correctly, is they listen to doctors. They're not doctors. They just play them at press conferences when they say who's going to be in and who's going to be out. But these guys don't want the careers and the futures of players in their hands. They're saying, hey, can this guy play or not? Now, are there times, I'm sure, when they try to pressure a player to play in a big spot?
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
And you can expect us to play with a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and be able to execute and go make a lot of damn plays for this offense.
I love a shark. A shark does 2 things. One thing, he never goes backward. He's always moving forward. The next thing he does, he never sleeps. You ain't never saw a shark or a catfish in the same fish tank. It won't happen.
People think that for us it's just about catching the football and doing different things when it's in our hands. No, we're going to be the best damn blockers in the country.
I want this so bad for this university, and we got a leader now. We got a leader that's ready to go. So let's take this program to the next level.
We don't want nothing fake. Everything around us and surrounding East Carolina will be real, and the energy is real.
So know your role. If you're a star, be a star. If you're a role player, you be the best damn role player there is.
It's going to change. I promise you. As I stand here, it will change. Okay, and when it does, that stadium, it's going to be rocking, and heaven help whoever walks in there to play us.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
Welcome in, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, Week 5 edition. East Carolina taking on South Florida, not in Greenville, not in Tampa, in Boca Raton, Florida. And we've got all the info you need to know heading into this one. Kickoff set for 2:30. We got a lot to talk about between now and then right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Coming up in hour number 1, Stephen Igo will join us live in the Pirate Radio studios later on this hour. Before that, we'll hear some comments from Mike Houston, Donnie Kirkpatrick, and USF play-by-play voice Jim Lauk, and get the scouting report on the Bulls. In hour 2, Troy D will drop by. We'll also hear from Patrick Mason live down in sunny Florida, as he'll give his thoughts on East Carolina and the Bulls, both teams coming off a loss heading into this game. Hour 3, Double B, Brian Bailey joins us live from Florida, as will Jeff Charles, voice of the Pirates. Also, Jeff Nadeau, the big man on campus, will join us with the betting angle on this game and other games going on in the country on this college football Saturday. We'll talk to my co-host on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, Billy Weaver. Later on in today's show, we'll hear from Blake Harrell, also Brian North, WCTI 12, and your comments on Facebook Live and YouTube. What do you want to chat about on this Saturday? Let us know where you're watching the game, what's on your pregame spread. We'll talk about it all with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate Week 5 edition. We'll pop the top on that Week 5 edition when we return right after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar with daily specials. And here's the lineup. Mondays feature $7 margaritas and half-price appetizers. Tuesday is stuffed seafood night. Wednesday is date night. Thursday is roasted smoked lamb chop night. Fridays is prime rib night. And Saturday is Italian night and is also Fred and Wilma night with our 36-ounce bone-in tomahawk steak just like the Flintstones. And on Sunday, it's our legendary brunch from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals is your one-stop shop for weddings, anniversaries, corporate events, family reunions, birthday parties, or any celebration with friends and family. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals has the widest selection of tents, tables, chairs, linens, china, concession equipment, bounce rides, games, staging, wedding equipment, dance floors, and so much more. At ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, we help people get together. Call today at 756-7903. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, locally owned and operated on Diamond Drive in Greenville near Agri-Supply and Equipment Plus. Did you know time spent outdoors can help improve your children's health and bring balance to their life? The Outdoor Heritage Advisory Council invites you to join the Patch program. This program is for any child under the age of 16 and includes activities like fishing, hunting, and hiking. These are just one of the many ways you can earn the exclusive patches from the Outdoor Heritage Council. For more information on how to sign up and get your adventure started, visit outdoorheritage.nc.gov.
This is John Gavigan with the Gavigan Agency. Our top priority is doing what is best for our members. Whether you are buying a new vehicle, a new home, protecting your family with life insurance, or filing a claim, our agency will be there every step of the way. Our goal is to become a trusted advisor for you and your family for all of your personal and commercial insurance needs. Give us a call in Greenville at 756-1400 for a car, home, business, or life insurance quote today, and give us the opportunity to show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Avoid the long check-in lines and congestion at the big airports and fly local at PGV. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American airline flights perfect for your next trip. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Winslow's is now Fifth Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room. With a brand new look, Fifth Street Hardware also has a new menu and serving lunch and dinner every Tuesday through Sunday and brunch starting at 10:30 on Sundays. What else is new? Well, they have poker every Tuesday night, Trivia Wednesday with DJ Captain Morgan, and on Friday and Saturday nights they have live music open till 2 a.m. serving light appetizers all night long. New look, new name, same location on Fifth Street. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram for more specials. Fifth Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's the way our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the over 59,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Que pasa? Welcome in to Week 5 edition Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Hey, we got some Bud Light seltzers here on the table. There were one yesterday. So just another.
Yeah, I saw those and I thought, oh, by the way, you didn't introduce me, I don't think. But
well, stop talking. Coming up on today's program in hour number 1, Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, will join us. And one of the only reasons he will be joining us in studio is because Country Mart has provided us with our pregame tailgate, breakfast, brunch, lunch. I have already taken down one sausage dog with mustard and about 3/4 of a cheese biscuit. And what a start to the morning that it absolutely was for myself. Shirley was eating some fat back in there.
Yes, I was. I did not anticipate having I just told Jenny, I said, hey, if we're going to get Country Mart, can you tell them to just throw a couple of pieces of fat back in our bag? I just said a couple of pieces. I got half a tray.
Good God, they went all out?
Hallelujah.
Chandler, we'll introduce you in a moment.
Loved it. So I killed a sausage dog, I ate a couple pieces of bacon, and about 2 handfuls of fat back. My sodium level is going to be nuts today, but I do not care.
Thanks to Country Mart for the also. I've been looking forward to this one. When I saw the time change, first thing I did, reach out to Jenny Shelton and say, Jenny, hook this up. Let's go. We need some Country Mart. And we got it, so we're ready to go. CJ Schaefer is here today. Hello, CJ.
Hey, Cliff.
How's it going?
I'm doing good.
Good. And,
well, that's it. Let's move on with the show.
Okay. Let's welcome in the Chan Man. He's got a lot to say this morning. Hey, Chandler.
What's up, Clipper? I'm very disappointed in myself. I am jumping the gun. I haven't even been introduced, and I'm talking and blabbing and can't shut my mouth.
Some old gun jumping.
You know what you need, Chandler?
What do you need? I need some of that frappe you got. That McDonald's frappe.
No free ads. What did you do last night?
You know what I did? You want to really know?
Yeah.
I had some cold snacks.
Oh, yeah.
If you couldn't tell. But I celebrated that Tulane win, baby. I celebrated. What a game that was.
Shirley, can you pull it up? I'll send you a DM.
I planned on sitting back, and actually I went to AJ's.
Nice.
And
they have some music out there?
Yeah, I had live music last night at AJ's. Then I slipped over to Tiebreakers for a little bit, and I said I'm going to go home and watch the second half of this Tulane-Houston game, and I was like, I'll have a couple cold snacks, and then I'll go to bed. Well, that is not what happened. That game was so crazy that I decided to stay up, celebrate that win. I listened.
Are you really blaming Tulane beating Houston for binge drinking?
I listened to Corey Glore. I was hyped up on Corey Glore's call, which I think we might be trying to find right now.
Check your DMs. I slid in there, Shirley.
And I was so excited and pumped up that I decided to stay up for a little bit of the Washington UCLA game.
I saw UCLA won at home.
Yes, they did. I called it.
Good call earlier this week.
Yeah, that's one reason why I stayed up and watched that, because I know I had that as one of my upset picks.
I got to tell you, man, if we're doing a who do you want to coach your college football team, Mike Houston would be pretty high on my list right now. You know what would be at the bottom of that list? Dana Holgorsen, for multiple reasons. I mean, just seems like a JA. What'd you call him, a JL?
Yeah.
Seems like a JL. And then you factor in the coaching part of it. They are awful this year. They've got players pushing each other. Holgerson's on the sideline acting like an ass clown.
To his fans.
The fans are booing him, and he's like basically flipping them off without putting up his fingers. What a disgrace. And he's about to move into the Big 12. I don't think he's going to make it. I don't think he's going to be with the team. when they make the move there. All right, so Tulane wins it in overtime. Houston, at the end of regulation, the crowd's booing, and Holgerson's freaking out like a child at the crowd on the sidelines. They win the toss, elect to get the ball first in overtime, which is dumb.
Yeah.
They kick a field goal. Tulane's got it. And then Corey Glore said hello to America.
4 receivers, 2 to either side. Horton along the backfield with James the wingback on the left. 4-man rush for Houston. Horton pumps, throws to the end zone. It's caught! It's caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Tulane has won it! Ow, baby! Tajay Spears pulls it in, and the Green Wave roar back and snatch it away from Houston.
Houston from Houston.
Oh, wow. All right. So our big-headed baby boy, Corey Glore.
What a great call by Corey.
Call.
What a great call. He had an awesome call. I've got it on my phone of the game-tying touchdown at the end of regulation, which was a great play there by Willie Fritz. A little pitch pass to the running back. Great call by Corey there. Earlier in the game, when there was a situation coming up, I would go to the TuneIn app, which you can also find Pirate Radio on, and it would be behind. So I would watch the play on TV, and then I would say, all right, let me see how Corey Glore did this play-by-play. And I would listen to it. And then towards the end of the game, when they were about to go down and score and try to, Houston kicks the field goal, I said, all right, I want to see how Corey does the play-by-play for this final drive. And when I turned it on, he does the play, and it was ahead. Corey Glore called the touchdown, so the TuneIn app was ahead of the TV stream. So I was able to listen to Corey and then watch the play unfold on TV afterwards. But what a great call by our old friend Corey Glore.
Michael Pratt was out for this game. Tulane's starting quarterback. Apparently he'll be ready to go for East Carolina next week. So they started a backup who went 5 for 5, 57 yards. Ibieta. He goes out of the game after a run in the first half.
Kai Horton, baby.
And they bring in Kai Horton, who goes 11 of 21, 132 yards, 3 touchdowns. By the way, how would Mike Houston say Houston's quarterback? Clayton Tune. Clayton Tune.
We have to get after Tune. We have to be in tune with Tune. We're having a freaking game.
Against Tune.
Have a great opportunity against Tune.
Great question by Christian, and a great thought, because I had a similar thought last night during the game. He said, I was wondering during the Tulane game, how many other third-string quarterbacks will we see go in a college game and succeed like Horton last night? So I was thinking about that. So let's say Ehlers is out. We start Garcia. He runs. He goes out.
Stubblefield.
And then it's either Stubby or Alex Flynn. Probably Alex Flynn, I would say. Either one of those going in, throwing 3 touchdowns. I had that thought last night, and it's kind of hard to think about with the lack of experience and plays those guys have gotten. But that was very impressive by Tulane last night.
And Horton just was in demand from the snap.
Also impressive by Tulane, but God, what a letdown for Houston. I mean, this was supposed to be their year to maybe win the league.
Yeah.
And they stink. They just outright stink.
I wonder what Brittany's up to. What is Brittany up to?
Tajay
who?
Spears. Tajay Spears, 54 rushing yards, 85 receiving yards, and had the game winner, right?
Yes, he did.
Yep. So Spears coming up big on the national stage. Not a girl, not yet a woman. Tajay Spears. We have fun, don't we?
How's that biscuit?
Great. Fantastic. Brandon says, let's go Clemson, beat NC State. Oh, he said, let's go Pirates, and then said, let's go Clemson, beat NC State. What are you looking forward to today? What are you, give me a pick to click for the game. What are you eating on this morning? Let us know.
What's on the grill?
What's on the grill? What's on the griddle?
What's on the griddle?
What's in the stove? What's in the oven? Hey, what's in the microwave?
If it's me, it's pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls, baby.
If it's me, I'm rolling with the pizza rolls, baby.
All right, Shirley, let's begin with some Mike Houston comments here. And Mike Houston was asked about Cut 9. Is there anything you can take away from how the defense played against the option last week, which they played very well, and apply it to other games coming up this season, or is it just so unique it will have nothing to do with the rest of the season? Cut 9.
It's just a completely different animal. We obviously worked this summer. In 2020, we defended them well. They made adjustments in last year's game, and it became a little bit of a shootout. So we, gave them a different look this year with a lot of things we were doing, and I think our kids executed it really well. I wish it had been good enough. It wasn't quite good enough, and so I hate we gave up the plays that we did, and didn't allow us to win the ball game. But every year it's going to be, and we had, back to the old days, Lenore Ryan, Carson Newman. I mean, it's a chess match each year with offenses like that, and they're a very good offensive coaching staff. I feel a lot of confidence in our guys defensively, and so it's just going to continue as long as these two staffs are here. It's going to continue to be, that kind of chess match each year, and you're trying to figure out the other. And I told Ken, I said, I'll be glad when this game's over and I don't have to see you for another year. So, and I don't know if he feels the same way or not, but I think they do a great job.
Yeah, we'll see Houston again next year. Navy, and tell us what jerseys to wear. Cut 12, Shirley, thoughts on South Florida?
Well, just like I said, the thing that stands out to me from last year was how much improved they were up front on the offensive line. I think they've continued that development. I think they're very solid up front. The playmakers like Horn and Batee and Weaver, those guys have continued to grow and develop, and they've added some more pieces to that. The quarterback is the difference in that Bohannon's pretty special. And so, you look on the defensive side of the ball, you have a few guys that were there last year, and you have a lot of new guys. So I think you just look at the overall team, I think this is an improved team from a talent standpoint over what we faced last year. And I think they're trying to get everybody on the same page.
All right, and Bohannon's good. We'll see it today, I'm sure, but it's hard to say quarterback special when he comes into a game with no touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Those numbers will change today. USF is the only FBS team in America that does not have a passing touchdown at this point. They went all September without throwing a touchdown.
But he's special.
Bohannon was saying, wake me up when September ends, and I'll throw a touchdown. And maybe that'll be today.
And he's awake. It's October.
Man, that is pretty brutal. And you got to look at who they've played. They've played BYU. They have played Florida.
Louisville.
They've played Louisville and Howard. If we had that schedule, how many touchdowns would Holton Ahlers have? Maybe the same amount he has now? 9, maybe 7, 6?
I was going to say about 5.
Okay.
To be honest.
But 0 touchdowns, 5 picks, 6 picks for Bohannon going into this game. Cut 11, Shirley. Mike Houston talked about going on the road for the first time.
Well, I think that, this group has a lot of experience in road games, and I think especially, like I said, I think the experience of 2020 and what road games were like in 2020 will help us this weekend. I wish we played every game at home. I'm partial to our stadium and our fans, but if you want to do special things and have special seasons, you got to be a good road team. And so certainly we played well on the road last year. Had some big road wins, had some very close road losses, but I do think those experiences help prepare you for what this is going to happen, what this is going to be this weekend with our first road game.
All right, there he is, Mike Houston, head coach of the Pirates. Christian says if our team's performance today is like Clip's energy this morning, it ain't looking good. Yeah, well, good thing I'm not playing out there today. By 2:30 I'll be ready to go.
Pipe up, dude. Pipe up.
What do you want me to do? To talk like this more?
Yes.
Mike Houston talking about going on the road.
No, you don't have to sound angry, dude, but sound like upbeat.
You're telling me to sound upbeat?
Yeah.
Walking Dead?
What are you talking about? I'm in a good mood. For someone that's hungover, I feel like I'm in a pretty good mood and talking a lot. Don't you think so?
Well, why don't you?
Apparently not, you don't.
Well, how about you take over?
How about not?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Because I don't want to. Because I'm hungover. And I'm trying to stay upbeat. Like you should.
See,
he was looking at me weird when I sat in my chair and went, wee.
Folks,
Yeah, I did.
This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. I'm here all day. And watch what happens here. Chandler is exuding all this energy, kind of having to fake it right now. Let's see where he's at tonight on the fifth quarter, and let's see where I'm at, because I'm easing into this. I don't just hop in the car and floor it out of the driveway.
Dude.
I ease on down the road.
Thank you, sir.
Ease on down the road.
There we go, Cliff.
Ease on down the road.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Now you got a little pep in your step.
And look, it's hour one. Then we're going to have hour two, and I'll be a little more.
We're going to have hour two.
And we're going to go to hour three.
And we're going to have hour three.
And guess what? I'm still putting in that energy. And then hour four, I'm closing it out strong. Guess what? Then we're going to have a freaking game.
We'll have a freaking game.
And after the freaking game, I'm going to be here on the fifth quarter taking your calls. And I'm going to be good and ready to go. Why? Because I'm not out here making highlight plays and being all fancy in the first 30 minutes of the show, because I'm pacing myself. Speaking of high energy,
we're having a freaking show.
Let's hear from Jim Lauk, one of the most high energy guys. Why are you laughing?
This is just a good transition there.
Well, I think high energy.
Oh, by the way, guys, I have a confession to make.
This is my confession.
I showed up. You know,
that's what we need to do from now on.
You know,
for
guys,
the entire 4 hours. If there's a phrase that's presented and it's in a song,
the phrase that pays,
we must sing it.
I showed up in crunch time, and I have to admit, it was because I was trying to decide what to wear today.
Are you focused more on
I was
wardrobe?
more focused on my wardrobe and my uniform for today.
That is disgusting.
That I was almost late for work.
Facebook.
I wasn't focused.
Facebook's going to rip you apart for that. You got to be focused.
I picked the first gray shirt I could find.
Jason,
because it matched my pants.
Jason says, wait till tonight on the fifth quarter. Y'all will be dead, and Weaver will have to save the show. You know what, Jason? I'm not going to say it,
Don't
Jason.
say it. Don't
I'm
say
not
it.
going to say it, Jason.
Don't say it,
You want me
Jason.
to say it? I'm not going to say it.
No,
Nah,
say it.
I ain't going to say it. Nah,
Say it.
I ain't going to say it.
What's that first line to that song, Headstrong?
I got a great, had a great segue to Jim Lauk. Chandler ruined it. Let's hear from the USF play-by-play announcer, Jim Lauk. I guess.
Oh.
I guess the first question for you is what happened? What a difference a week makes. You guys have the ball with the chance to beat the Florida Gators in the swamp, and then the following week lose 41-3 to South Florida. So, what was the difference in those two South Florida teams you saw there, Jim, in those two games?
Well, really disappointed. If you look at the stat sheet, they had Florida beat up and down the field, and they made a couple of critical mistakes, and they were still in a position to win the game. And all of a sudden, instead of going for the winning touchdown, you have a bad snap, and it gets away from the quarterback. You lose a ton of yards, and now you're kicking a field goal, and the holder drops the snap on the field goal, and you miss the field goal to tie, and all of a sudden you lost a game you probably should have won. And I don't know if there was carryover from that or not. They said they had a good week of practice, felt good going up to Louisville, but they weren't in the game from the very beginning against the Cardinals. And, give Louisville credit. They're a very good team, and they were a little burned up after letting a game get away against Florida State the prior week. But it definitely was disappointing because I think the team had felt like they had kind of started to turn a corner even with a loss at Florida. And then you go up to Louisville, play a game like that, and it makes you rethink things a little bit.
South Florida, no stranger to playing tough non-conference schedules over the years, and boy, this was about as tough as it gets. BYU with the opener. We'll see the Cougars later on this season. East Carolina will on the road. That game at Florida, at Louisville, and then South Florida knocked off Howard 42-20. And Jim, I guess battle-tested is a good word. Is it almost too tough of a schedule to start out of the gate? What did you think of the non-conference play?
Yeah, it was difficult, and I think that's got to be the message to the South Florida players and fans right now, you look at those 4 non-conference games, BYU, Howard, Florida, Louisville, and what do you think? 1-3 probably. And that's exactly what happened. You know, the disappointing thing, I think, was that they were non-competitive against BYU after playing them very close out in Provo last year, and they were non-competitive against Louisville, and they let one slip away against Florida. So it's a painful 1-3. But the tail of the tape on this team has always been conference play. And what happens from here on out is going to really determine whether this team is considered successful or not. So it's an old cliche, but 0-0 in conference play, I think, is kind of what they're thinking of now.
Jim Lauk, voice of the South Florida Bulls, joining us. Jim, as we look at the offense, the three-headed monster, Bohannon at quarterback, Batty running the football, and then Xavier Weaver, man, he has put up some numbers this year with 20 catches, 252 yards, the leading receiver for this South Florida team. So how about offensively, Jim, what's gone right and what needs to be fixed heading into conference play?
They've got to get their passing game figured out. They're the only team in the country right now without a passing touchdown. Haven't got one yet. And part of the problem has been real serious injury situations. Against Louisville, Weaver was out, Jimmy Horn was out. All in all, their top 4 receivers, none of them played in that game. So that makes a big difference, and they're hopeful to get at least some of those folks back for the next game. Gary Bohannon, you know, has done some nice things. He had a 100-yard rushing game against Florida, but he's, you know, been picked 6 times. Hasn't had much help from his receivers, to be honest. Had some drops, had some patterns not run correctly. But at the same time, he's also made some throws that I'm sure he would have liked to have had back. So that's the biggest part of the offensive challenges now for USF. They have run the ball fairly well. They were very successful on the ground against Florida, had 2 100-yard rushers in the game, not as successful against Louisville last week. But Batty and Mangum have been very good carrying the ball. They're hoping to get Kelly Joyner back soon. He's been out all year with an injury. So that's been a little bit more of a success for them offensively, keeping the ball on the ground.
Jim, on the defensive side, numbers not very good in the run department, as USF allowing 312 yards per game there, 261 through the air. So, what are the bright spots on defense, and then what's got to change here defensively once you enter conference play?
Well, it's really interesting. You know, you have to look for them, admittedly, but you can find some good numbers. Their tackles for loss are quite good through 4 games. They're on a higher pace of getting sacks than they were last year. But the run defense is a problem. Getting off the field on 3rd downs has been a problem. They have a lot of new people. They hit the transfer portal pretty hard. They have had a lot of injuries as well. Everybody's got them, even at this stage of the season. But South Florida, I think, has probably had a little more than their share on the defensive side. Like the wide receiver situation last week, they had one game where their top 4 defensive backs, all 4 of them were out. So they're trying to get healthy and get back a little bit, but they've got some work to do defensively to figure out some things as the conference season approaches.
Jim Lauk joining us, voice of the South Florida Bulls, as they prepare for conference play. East Carolina coming off a loss, Jim, to Navy. Pirates were hoping to close out September with a 3-1 record, go ahead and get a 1-0 in league play, and Navy reminded us how tough they can be. They look really bad. Their first 2 games had a bye week and then came in here to Greenville and knocked off the Pirates in double overtime. So you've called plenty of those games. I'm sure you know how frustrating a night with Navy can be, and we just felt that here in Greenville.
I'll tell you what, I've been doing games for a long time, and I'm just as dumb now as I was when I started. I can't figure out most of these finishes and why games wind up like they are. You know, looking at South Florida's year, I thought they would be right there with BYU as they were last year. I didn't see the slow start coming against Howard. That was actually a tight ball game until well into the second half. Florida, I was very concerned about, and they wound up, coming literally within inches of winning. And then I had a great feeling going to Louisville last week, and that didn't prove to be well-founded. So I don't have a clue from week to week, I'm afraid.
That's the way it is in college football, night to night, week to week. You don't know, which kind of makes what we do meaningless in ways, because we try to tell you the info and predict what's going to happen. And we were all wrong last week when the Pirates took on Navy. Pirates 9.5 point favorites today against the South Florida Bulls. And we'll talk about it with Stephen Igo. Hoist the colors. Fly in the studio. Fly in the studio. Hey, Stephen.
Hey, man. And before we obviously take a break, but last week on the Edge, I think I got every single category wrong. So
hey,
it shows you how crazy it is.
But hey, predictions are fun, and we'll make a couple, and we'll break out the Edge again. See if you can miss them all again.
Let's try it.
I'll tell you what is good. Country Mart biscuits.
I'll tell you what, man, this is hitting the spot.
Igo has just about taken down a dog. Have you yet to get into that cheese biscuit?
Yeah, I took a bite, and I'm saving it for last because it's delicious.
All right, thanks to Country Mart for the awesome pregame spread here today on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll take a break, come back. Stephen Igo joins us, hoist the colors. We'll go over the Edge. Where does ECU have the advantage today? What about South Florida? And we'll have a lot more when we return. Hour 1, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
Hey, Ellerby, have you tried our new menu at Clean Eats? I was planning on going there today. Tell me what's new. First of all, you're going to love our new Melts. A Melts is a quesadilla folded over like a sandwich full of things like beef and queso and chicken parm. Scott, tell me you got more. Man, I do. We have pretzel bites with queso, our fabulous meat and taters wrap, and we even have Clean Eats mac and cheese, complete with beef or chicken on top. It all sounds awesome. I'm going to head over there now. Fantastic. I hope to see everybody at Clean Eats, 805 Red Banks Road, Arlington Village.
BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in eastern North Carolina. With homes in Blackwood, Mills Creek, Dalton's Cove and Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, they're constantly expanding. Now to Laurel Glen and Sarah's Way, plus the new duplex community at Abigail Trails. BMS Builders can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or ECU football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. Call 916-1578 for BMS Builders.
It's summer's last hurrah, and at Bostic Sugg Furniture, we're ending it in style with 3 ways to save on the most fashionable looks for your home. Save double the sales tax, plus 6 months special financing, plus 20% off accessories to complete the look. Change your mattress, change your life. Buy a mattress, get up to 48 months special financing. Plus, visit Facebook and ask about our Hot Buy store-wide. The sun may be setting on summer, but not the savings at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or do you just have the blahs? Well, maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness offers IV hydration, which can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, and even fix a hangover. Call today to set up an appointment at 350-1805. Locally owned and operated by Samantha Casper, Revive Health and Wellness has a new location and is ready to serve you. Stop by at 2459 Emerald Place in Greenville or go online at revivehealthwellness.org.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Are you looking for a home loan? Look no further than Amy Goss at Guild Mortgage. Since 1960, Guild Mortgage has partnered with industry professionals to close loans on time and help millions of Americans realize their dreams. Call Amy Goss at Guild Mortgage in Jacksonville, 910-389-4602. Amy Goss is licensed in Florida, Georgia, Maine, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Guild Mortgage Company, Equal Housing Opportunity, NMLS 3274. NMLSconsumeraccess.org / for licensing information. Please visit guildmortgage.com / licensing. Guild Mortgage is not affiliated with Pirate Radio.
Hi, this is Jeff Charles for my friends at Ed Watkins Marine. I've known Ed personally for years, covering his winning performances on the football field and on NASCAR's pit road. Now Ed is winning on the water, and you get to win too. You win with awesome prices on boats from Ed Watkins Marine, and of course, great service after the sale. If you're looking for a new boat, contact Ed Watkins Marine today. They will deliver anywhere. Find them online at edwatkinsmarine.com and tell them the voice sent you.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, Pirates supporting Pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you here on a cloudy Saturday, but better than it was yesterday, right? With Ian rolling through. Ready for some football down in sunny Boca Raton, Florida. Keaton Mitchell put out a post, I believe, on Instagram, and we had that for you on our social media accounts, but a beautiful sight when the Pirates were about to land yesterday. And Stephen Igo joining us here. Igo, weather has been discussed all week. Shouldn't be an issue for today's game, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I mean, it looks like it should be a beautiful day for football. Clearly, a lot of bad stuff went through Florida earlier in the week, but I think Boca's been pretty clear for a few days now. So I know USF has been practicing in that area. I think they utilized Miami's indoor practice facility during that time, too. So both teams should be ready to go. USF a little bit more out of their routine than ECU, but as far as preparation, I think both teams should have plenty of opportunities to prepare for this game.
Big college football Saturday. Great night of baseball for us at this table last night. Braves beating the Mets. Max Fried out-dueling Jacob deGrom. And then late in the night, early Sunday morning, it finally happened. Shirley, what happened?
3-2 to Cal. The pitch from Acevedo. A drive deep to right field. Down the line. The Mariners win this game 2-1. The dream lives. They're going to the playoffs. The drought is over. Cal Raleigh. Wow. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now.
Are you kidding me, Cal Raleigh? He gets a slider and hits it off the windows out there for his 26th home run of the year. That's right, the party is going on. Congratulations to the Mariners. A long season gets paid off with a trip to the postseason.
Stephen Igo. Finally. It has happened.
I tell you what, that was, watching it unfold like that, to get that moment at the end of it, because if the Orioles would have lost early in the day, it just would have been like, oh, the Mariners clinched their first playoff appearance in 21 years. And I think every Mariners fan I was texting and talking to, like, we didn't want it that way. You want to win the game to get it. So I was very glad that the Orioles beat the Yankees. That set it up. And then, of course, Seattle playing the way they do, close, low-scoring game, to walk it off like that, hit a home run to break the drought, and not just, like, win the game 8-0 or have it end while you're not even playing. It was, it was just a special moment, man. It'll definitely be something I'll remember forever because there's just been so many close calls, and for them to finally break through, get to the postseason, it's pretty surreal.
Was that our guy Dave Sims?
Yep, Dave Sims on the call. Yep.
He used to call football here on Pirate
Westwood
Radio
One,
with
yeah.
Westwood One. Just got a great voice, and who was the legendary Mariners announcer?
Dave
Just passed away.
Niehaus, yeah.
Fly away,
or my. So
yeah,
it's crazy, man. It's just 21 years. That's a long time without postseason baseball for Seattle, and the fan base deserves it, and I think they're going to be really good for a while now. But yeah, I was definitely feeling it last night.
Shirley, a little trivia for you. Let's go back to 2001. The last time the Mariners made the playoffs? What Alicia Keys song was number one in the country?
In 2001?
Alicia Keys.
I'm going to go with, I know the,
sing it.
I keep on falling.
There it is. Well done.
Love.
Fallen is correct.
Fallen. I just couldn't remember the title.
What animated movie was number one in the theaters? Oh, I'm sorry. It was released in theaters. A popular movie that they've made. How many of now? 3?
At least 3.
Maybe 4. Chandler, you can guess on this one too. 2001.
It's the Minion ones.
There's been a lot of animated movies, but
yeah.
I'm trying to think of a hint that wouldn't just give it away.
It might have been a donkey.
Oh, Shrek.
Shrek.
Donkey.
Get out of my swamp. Stephen Igo's favorite nerd movie series was number one in America.
Harry Potter.
Yeah. Were you a Potter guy?
Yeah. I do not like Harry Potter. If you don't like Harry Potter, what's wrong with you?
Something's wrong with me.
Yeah, clearly.
Something's wrong with you.
Also, the first iPod was released.
That's scary, man.
And Ichiro was a rookie.
Julio Rodriguez was
9
months old.
Yeah, so
that's crazy, man.
It has indeed been a while. Mariners back in the playoffs. Playoffs begin next Friday, I guess.
Next Friday, so I'll be in New Orleans for the trip. Really hoping, I would love for Seattle to somehow host. They're a game and a half out of the top wild card spot behind Toronto. They need to get that to host. If they're hosting, I imagine they're playing at 9, 10 o'clock at night. I don't know how they're going to stagger the playoff games because there's going to have to be 4 series, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're going to have to do them all over that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So you would think they would have early afternoon games, late evening games, and then a West Coast game. But right now, there's no real team on the West Coast that's expected to host on wild card weekend.
Yeah, so you'll have like Central Time Zone, like St. Louis.
Because you have St. Louis, Atlanta, or New York, Cleveland, and Toronto or Seattle.
Yeah. Toronto, and boy, it'd be cool to see the Mariners host because of that atmosphere. But Toronto's home atmosphere is pretty wild, especially in the playoffs. You think about Jose Bautista's home run, where the bat toss, Edwin Encarnacion had a walk off, and they go nuts up there.
Yeah, and Seattle played really well against them in the regular season, so they do have the tiebreaker if they tie. But it's looking like it'll be Seattle-Toronto, which I think is a pretty awesome first-round wild card matchup.
A lot of young stars. That'll be good for baseball. What do you think about a lot of people are talking about Aaron Judge and his at-bats being
it doesn't really bother me. I mean, they're split screening it. It's not like they're...
Okay, if it was Broncos Monday night or
I'd
ECU.
be aggravated. But I see people just losing their minds over it. Yeah. And if I'm a Tulane fan, probably so. If it's the fourth quarter and there's a game-tying drive going on, I'll be pretty mad. But I don't mind watching, and I'm a baseball fan, so maybe I'm different. I don't mind watching to see if Aaron Judge hit 62. It's an amazing accomplishment.
Imagine being a Clemson fan or a Wake Forest fan last week. Because that game went down to the wire, and then late in that game they were showing Aaron Judge at bat.
He is coming up to bat at inopportune times for these games,
right?
Which makes it a bigger deal, I think.
I don't know why they just don't turn it on like ESPN News or something and scroll it across the bottom line. Aaron Judge is now at the bat. Check it out, ESPN News.
Is ESPN News still a channel?
I think so, yeah.
That was a great idea when it first started, and then they just started putting programming and games up there.
If not, then
of course I guess you don't really need it if you are alive because you have phones and computers and stuff. Kind of made it obsolete. At a time, it was. There was
a few-year span where like every ECU basketball game was on ESPN News.
Yeah.
Early in the American, it'd be like ECU South Florida 7 o'clock
on the news. Tune to the news.
Like I didn't know the ESPN News even had games, but okay.
Stephen Igo, hoist the colors. Pirates coming off a loss. Pirates need to win today for the season.
It's a must win, right?
Get to 1-1.
I mean, in terms of all this talk about conference championship, if you lose this game, I mean, you can't expect to even be in the mix.
Well, I'm worried about a bowl if they can't win this game.
I think it's a must win to have like a good season.
We have put must win status on this game today.
I mean, is that wrong? If you lose this game, like finding 6 wins all of a sudden becomes a lot harder.
It becomes harder, but you can find them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible because right now the league is just...
The league.
I really do think this league is just going to beat each other up. I mean, Houston had the easiest schedule, and for them to already be losing at home, they look awful, by the way. Like, they look pathetic.
What is the appeal of Dana Holgorsen? Like, what's positive about him? Like, is he a good guy? It just seems like he's not.
He's won a lot of games. I mean, you look at his resume. Last year they went 11-2.
Wow.
Or something like that. So, and now I go to the Houston's message board last night, and they're already ready to fire him. Which, I mean, if my head coach was acting like that,
I'm more so firing him because he acts like a complete jackass.
Yeah, I mean, he does.
His record is 21-18 at Houston. He had 12-2 last year, and has had losing records the other season. So I guess they were kind of in a...
They were in a rebuild.
Yeah, rebuild.
I mean, every year at West Virginia, they were 7, 8, 9 wins?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's a good coach. I don't think he's I don't know how he gets players, to be honest. Like, I don't know why you would want to go play for a dude who just, like, yells at the clouds. I mean, he was just...
And you got the players pushing each other on the sidelines a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it's just weird. And then, like, when he was yelling at his team last night, the cameraman, I guess they just have a Dana Holgorsen cameraman that just... Every time he gets mad, like, all right, let's go to Dana.
Oh, man, they showed him the entire fourth quarter just about.
Let's go to Dana Cam. And he's just, like, yelling, and, like, nobody on the sideline is responding. Like, I was kind of looking, like, one of the receivers, like, they just kind of, like, looked at each other and, like, tried to not to laugh, it looked like. Like, it's just, like, comical, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how you play for that guy.
All right, well, we got our own issues right now. We got to figure out what happened to the offense last week and not let that happen again. South Florida... How do you separate their stats defensively, Stephen, from the competition they've played? Like, if they played ECU schedule, their stats would be better than they are right now. But you still think East Carolina could have some success offensively today. Now, they only put up, like, 29 points on them last year.
Rainy game.
Rain game? Was it a night game?
Remember they had that weird goal line play where they went forward on 4th and goal right before the half, and Holt Naylor's got stuffed.
Yeah.
They, like, jumped down, the ball fumbled back.
Yeah.
So, that, I mean, like, they should have put up more than 29 is what I'm saying.
Yeah. How about today? How are you feeling about a bounce back offensively?
I mean, I think USF has solid defensive personnel, but they have been absolutely gashed on the ground, and even Howard was able to move the football on them. I think they have increased talent, but they have a new coordinator. They're moving some pieces around. They brought in a bunch of transfers. So it just seems like this team has not clicked at all yet. And I think this is the most important thing about this game. Like, ECU has to get off to at least a decent start. South Florida, get the vibe. Their culture is not there right now. Like, they have a losing culture. They've got talent, but when they get smacked in the mouth, I think they fold pretty quickly. Now, if you let them get momentum and some belief, I think you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. But if you get out to a good start in a game like this, they've got a lot going on with the hurricane stuff, a bunch of players from Florida. I just don't know how they're going to respond. And, I think this is a game where, it might be ugly, but if ECU wins, it just goes on the road, finds a way to win. That's the most important thing. I mean, you just have to find a way to win this game. I don't care if the offense looks good or not. I mean, ideally, I do think they bounce back. I think they'll get the running game going. But they just got to find a way to win this game.
Go Orthopedics East injury report brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, orthoeast.com. A lot of folks worried about Keaton Mitchell last week, leaves the game. practices this week, obviously makes the trip, and good to go for today.
Yeah, he'll play, and I'll be surprised if he doesn't play a big role. Now, I would not be surprised if you saw Marlon go in a series, or just they tried to limit Keaton Mitchell's touches as much as possible. It sounds like it's more of a pain tolerance thing. The other thing is if you get re-hit on that area, which I don't know if it's like lower back hip area, that's what it looks like to me. You don't want to keep re-injuring that or add into the pain. So hopefully if he does play, he gets off to a good start. They can, maybe get a few explosive runs and get him out of there, to an extent. But they need him, man. Like the running game, I'm to the point now where the running game, I don't think it's ever going to be at least 9 times soon where they're just like churning off 4 or 5 yards a carry. It's almost like they just run the ball and then pop big plays.
They hope they hit a home run.
Yeah. Like that's almost what and granted, zone blocking schemes are often about that, but you do want to get like at least 3 to 4 yards and not go backwards every time and then pop a big play. So they got to figure out a way to be at least a little more consistent if you're going to run the football so much.
I would like, again, I don't really critique play calling much because I'm not an expert on it and I don't know what the defense is doing. I mean, I just don't talk about it a lot. I would love to see a Keaton Mitchell halfback screen.
Yeah, they haven't done any sort of like traditional screens to Keaton Mitchell. They've done 2 little swing passes. Like the play that worked against App State, they've tried that like 10 times since, and it hasn't worked since.
Yeah.
But they haven't ran any like over the middle screens and I guess it can be tough to do that, in college at times.
I guess.
But there's got to be a way to get it into the system there's no, last week Navy was playing a lot of off coverage and they were blitzing. Like that should be an opportune time to run some screens and ECU didn't do it. Like there's games where if they're playing press coverage and they're right on the line of scrimmage and they're playing a bunch of man, you can't run a screen effectively. So, but I felt like last week was an opportunity to do one, and they just haven't done any. But Keaton to have 3 catches in 4 games.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if he gets to the NFL, he's going to be a back that's utilized in the passing game. So that's something that they have to do a better job of getting him in space. I mean, it's just, like, that's not even critiquing play calling. That's critiquing game planning to me. And they got to figure out a way to get him in space.
And the wins over ODU and Campbell, they were doing enough where it was like you were kind of nitpicking if you have complaints. But one of my many complaints there was no catches from Rajay and Keaton.
Yeah.
And I want to see more of that.
And they're good pass-catching backs. I mean, it's not – especially Rajay. Like, we talk a lot about Keaton in the passing game. He's had a few drops in his career, but Rajay's always been a good pass catcher. And the thing I like about Rajay when he catches it, he gets upfield. He doesn't hesitate. And in the zone blocking scheme they run, there are times where he hesitates a little bit as a running back trying to find the right cut to make. And he's better when he's just decisive and gets it. And sometimes making a catch and just getting upfield, like on those little swing passes, is where he's at his best. Because at that point, he's just like, all right, I got a defender to make miss, or I have a defender to run over, rather than trying to read this blocking scheme. So, and Navy did, I did go back and watch the games. I always wonder, like, you catch so much stuff. If I strategically went back, just watched it, and I watched the offensive line the entire game. And, like, there were several plays where ECU had it blocked up how they needed to, and Navy would just, one of their linebackers would kind of come around the backside or one of their defensive ends to make the tackle. So and he came unblocked. So it looks like they're just blowing up the offensive line, which was not the case really. They were out scheming ECU. They would take their linebacker, run one guy to where the run was going, and then bring the other guy around. And it just so happened that ECU didn't know really how to adjust to that and struggled to stop it. So that's something, too, with their zone blocking scheme. They've got to figure out a way to correct going forward.
Back to, quickly, the Orthopedics East injury report. East Carolina getting some help on the D-line in that regard, Steve?
Yeah, Deontay Johnson back on the trip. We'll see how much he plays, but he was practicing this week. He did have a brace around his injured knee from earlier in the season, but I think that he should be able to provide some snaps if needed today. I mean, they're just so deep on the defensive line now. Like, even Jason Shuford was in there making plays last week, and, J.D. Lampley didn't play because they were playing an option team. You need that experience and size, but, I mean, they're 4 or 5 deep at D tackle. It's kind of crazy.
Elijah Morris ready to get back in there after being tossed last week, maybe to no fault of his own. So, all right, Stephen Igo here, Hoist the Colors. We'll take a timeout. Hour 2, Bud Light pregame tailgate. Coming up, we'll go over more of the edge, talk about the matchups in today's game, And have more with Stephen Igo when we return on Pirate Radio right here. Back with you after this.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients.
Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road in Winterville and a new location coming soon to Uptown Greenville.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey, Pirate Nation, this is Brian Buck with Buck Insurance Agency. This season, when you attend your favorite sporting event, take the game day pledge. If your team is playing, win or lose, support your team to the end of the game. When you leave early, you risk missing your favorite athlete making the play of their career. When our family buys a ticket, we always plan to stay to the very end. Take the game day pledge this season with Buck Insurance Agency. Play to the end, stay to the end.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Wings Over delivers. Wings Over delivers. Wings Over delivers. If you're looking for wings to be delivered to your home, Wings Over Greenville has you covered with no third party needed. Wings Over Greenville has its own in-house delivery service. Be sure to try the all-new tender sandwiches by ordering ahead on the Wings Over mobile app. Open till 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, Wings Over has everything to cure those late night munchies. Give them a call at 758-9464. Wings Over Greenville. They deliver.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, here is a list of games that will be kicking off in about half an hour from now. A bunch of top 25 play. Number 4, Michigan travels to Iowa. 18th ranked Oklahoma will be on the road at TCU. 21st ranked Minnesota will host Purdue. And Texas Tech will be on the road at number 25 Kansas State. And a top 25 matchup, number 7 Kentucky will take on 14th ranked Ole Miss. In other games, Navy is at Air Force for a noon kickoff. Boston College will host Louisville, and Temple is at Memphis. And that is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. You can follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule. And we will see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All righty. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Braves in prime time tonight, if you want to get your baseball in. Max Scherzer on the bump for the Mets. They are tied in the East.
Sorry to cut you off, do the Mets have the tiebreaker? Because there is.
Yes.
All right, so the Braves really need to almost sweep that.
We're basically a game down. And then, so there's no like tiebreakers this year. It just goes
head to head.
Yeah, head to head. So that's going on too in the world of sports. Looking forward to watching the games in the noon window with you here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're with you after the game, U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. And got to be honest, personally, I'm glad to be doing this show right now instead of later on this evening.
Yeah, glad they moved the kickoff and just those night games. I know it's great for the fans for tailgating, but it's a grind to cover because you're working all afternoon pregame, and then you have the game itself, and as you guys know, working well into the night. It just makes for some late nights and quicker turnarounds. So hopefully we get a crisp 3-hour, 30-minute game or less, like as crazy as that is to say.
Of course, last week we were going to have a game less than 3 hours, but it had to go to overtime. So Clint is listening in the big city of Williamston, North Carolina. Clint, thank you for tuning in.
Clint?
Where are you folks tuned in from today? John Moody said he is going wings on the grill today. What you putting on them wings, John? Little barbecue? I've been on a lemon pepper kick myself. Also got this jerk seasoning that I'm addicted to. Makes me extra jerky.
Like Jamaican jerk?
Yeah. And very spicy.
I have to be in the mood for that, but if I am, like it hits the spot.
Yeah. All right. I go, what are you doing today, man? This is weird for you not to be at a game,
it is.
Right?
It's very strange. I was trying to think. Last year, I think I went to all the games. This year, I'll be in New Orleans next week.
Did you have plans to go to this one?
Yeah. My brother and I are actually going to drive down and go to Tampa Busch Gardens Friday night.
Oh, yeah.
For the Howl of Scream. Of course, that was changed by Hurricane Ian. So, thought about going to Boca, but just decided not to deal with all the... Really didn't want to get delayed. Didn't know how the storm was going to pan out. If I had a charter to jump on, like the team would have gone. I know, Patrick Mason from the Reflector ended up going. So I'm sure Bailey's down there. He always gets the free pass on the plane. But no, it's so I'll be at the rest of the games. But it is weird. It's going to be strange covering on TV. And the other thing I hate is these ESPN Plus games. Now I'm going to feel you guys' pain because, like, the stream is, like, 2 minutes behind the actual action in person. So, like, when I'm on these road games and I'm tweeting and I purposely delay my tweets and I still get messages about, hey, man, you're, like, a minute ahead of the stream. So at least I will not be ahead of the stream today.
I know, and that happens to me too when I'm streaming. But what I do is put the phone down and just watch the game.
Put the phone down, and during a commercial, if you got to check Twitter or something, that's the way to do it. So, yeah, like last night when I was streaming the M's game, I was texting a buddy of mine who was also watching it, Will Stone. He's a Mariners fan. He used to work for ECU Athletics. Now he is with the Memphis Grizzlies. But my stream must have been like 30 seconds behind his, so he was like texting me every major play, and I eventually just had to like take my phone down and be like, all right, I'll just text you after the innings. But that's just how it is these days. Wow, I can't speak. Due to the streaming, everybody's on different levels. Even when you guys are streaming simultaneously with Shirley, she'll be ahead of you guys and can't spoil it,
Oh, right. I know. Shirley's got a feed that's like 20 seconds ahead of our Roku TV. Then it annoys me.
By the way, did y'all talk about
I was like screaming at her last week. She was getting mad at me. I was like, Shirley, hit pause. Hit pause. She's like, it's not my fault. Mine's ahead of yours. I hit pause. It was fun.
Did y'all talk about how Shirley cussed again the other day?
She didn't cuss.
I was listening on my AirPods this morning to it was Thursday's show, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that I heard the
No, it was frickin', but I said it really fast.
You might have, but I was like, whoa.
Because Tony was in here and CJ both, and I played it for both of them, and they said that it was not a curse word. It was not a curse word.
I'm gonna have to recheck it.
The jury's out on that.
But hey,
we'll see.
Let's see.
Let's see, Jeff. All right, we got Brandon in Kinston. Austin's down in Flowery Branch, Georgia, about to throw some thighs on the smoker.
Flowery Branch. Sounds like a cool place to live.
JRB is in James City. And then I had to look up Elizabethtown, North Carolina. Do y'all know where that is?
I do. That's near White Lake, baby. I could go for a Melvin's burger right now. A Melvin's burger and chips.
All right, Melvin. Oh, there it is right there. I go. The big town of Elizabethtown. It's got an ABC store, a Walmart, and Melvin's hamburgers and hot dogs.
Man, I can go for Melvin's right now.
I'm more of a Giorgio's restaurant and pizza guy myself.
Yeah, Giorgio's
those are your only two options, so I guess you better pick either one.
Alan, do they still have San Jose Mexican restaurant?
I think we should make a trip and stay at the Elizabethtown Inn.
I know. Sounds like a nice area.
Sample both.
There you go. All right. So thank you for tuning in wherever you are. Let us know where you're watching the game, what you're eating on today. We got an awesome spread from Country Mart here. Cheese biscuits, sausage dogs. Pro tip, put a little bit of that cheese on the sausage dog.
I'm definitely taking one to go. And by one, I mean both a cheese biscuit and a sausage dog.
Yeah, the combo. Good deal. All right, Steven. The Edge. Is Bray Wyatt returning to WWE? You haven't been following that.
I don't even know if Edge is back yet.
Where does East Carolina have the biggest edge in today's game?
They got to be able to run the football. South Florida giving up 6.4 yards per rush on the ground, 265 yards rushing per game. And again, some of that is related to their opponent. So the reality is they're probably somewhere in the middle, which is still not very good. ECU should be able to run the ball. South Florida's giving up big plays on the ground, and if you can increase them, you can hit some big plays, and we know that that's an identity of ECU's offense. So whether it's Keith Mitchell, Rajay Harris, Marlon Gunn, Holton Ahlers, they got to get some big plays in the ground game. The other factor is, and I think ECU's offense has the advantage overall, and they just have to execute. Pass pro, they got to protect Ahlers. If they do, I think they'll have some advantageous matchups, should get some more man coverage. Defensively, I worry a little bit, and I heard you talking on the way in about Gary Bohannon. He's been bad this year, but there have also been 10 drop passes by his receivers already through 4 games. All 4 of his receivers, top guys, were out against Louisville. It showed, including Xavier Weaver, who's got 20 catches in 3 games.
Well, why were they at? Were they all hurt?
They all hurt.
Man.
So Weaver should be back this week, apparently. He's kind of a game changer, and then they got some other guys with speed. So I think they'll be better this week in the passing game. And Bohannon put up good numbers throwing the football last year at Baylor, so it's not like he's a bad quarterback. I worry at some point they're going to get clicking offensively. If you're ECU, you just hope that it's not this week. So I don't think they're as bad as what they may look offensively. I think they'll score a couple points. They got speed. They got big playability. And they are really good on special teams, which is rare for bad football teams. They have graded out elite on special teams per Pro Football Focus. They've got a really good return game, good kicker, good punter, and if that's not a concern for ECU given the struggles on special teams, it should be.
Alexandria is listening on the road on the way to Boca, so there will be at least one Pirate fan there. That is
awesome.
Good to hear.
Really interested to see what the actual crowd is. I can't imagine it's going to be much.
Yeah.
Do you have any explanation on why there's a limit? And I mean, the limit's 15,000, but like
for workers,
I guess they couldn't get enough workers.
Staff shortage.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, they just should have made it 5,000 because I don't think there's any way there's more than 5,000 fans there.
Maybe we should start doing that though. Like, all right, guys, we're gonna put a limit on this at 48,000 at ECU. So if you want to come, if you want to get your tickets, you need to get them now.
You can make it a sellout too.
And then on Thursday, bump it up to we'll go 49,000, but that's it.
We found some additional space in the upper right hand corner.
Yeah,
that's never full.
Joe is listening in Bath. Beautiful area of North Carolina.
Speaking, we were just talking about numbers. We need to do something, guys.
Good segue.
We need to do something, and we do it all the time. Me and you do it all the time. They listen to us all the time about smashing the like and sub.
Oh yeah.
I go. Do you mind doing us a favor? Can you tell the people to do something for us? And can you get can you get a little angry?
Can I say first that we've got?
What are the numbers? I need the numbers.
We've got 31 more people watching than we have likes right now. Freeloaders.
Wow. Get mad at them.
Yeah.
Go.
31 people out there. You guys just laying on your couch, lazy Saturday morning, watching College Game Day. Got Pirate Radio on in the background. You're so lazy, you can't even take your finger on your mouse pad, slide it over 2 millimeters, and smash the like button. Smash Do it now! If you don't smash the like button, I don't know what to tell you, but you're going to cost ECU a win today. If we don't get 50 likes by the end of this hour,
oh my goodness,
ECU is going to lose the football game.
And
so smash that like button right now.
Igo is right. We're not asking you to get off your couch in those nasty sweatpants you almost blown a hole
Pajama
through,
bottoms.
just farting and doing nothing all day because you're a lazy,
no good piece of
junk. You're a dumpster, straight up dumpster juice. We're not asking you to even walk outside. Just move
your dumpster juice.
Move your finger, like I just said. What did you say? 2 millimeters.
2 millimeters.
2 millimeters.
That's all it is.
Is that difficult to move your finger 2 millimeters?
Apparently it is.
ET did it.
We've only had like 8 people that have actually done it. The other 23 are just sitting there.
Yeah, they got freaking Cheeto dust all over their shirt.
ET did it, guys. Y'all could do it too.
If ET did it, why can't you
like
do it?
and subscribe.
Phone home, man.
Phone, like, and subscribe.
Phone the hell home.
Also noticed that 8 people just quit watching, so I guess I really made those people angry.
Jackson's listening to Morehead City. We got a lot of Pirates on the coast tuned in today, which is a great place for a Pirate to be. Get those likes up. 360 Golf Cart said if Chandler would tell us to like and share more often. You really got to hold these people's hands, Chandler.
Yeah.
Ian.
I mean, do we have to hold your hand the whole time, guys?
Ian just started listening and hit the like button. Tough week to be a guy named Ian, huh? How's that been for you?
And we're above 30 likes. On our way to 50.
Tyler says, hey, while you're at it, you know what, Tyler, don't worry about that right now. We got our own problems.
What'd he say?
We don't. It doesn't matter what he said.
Oh, okay. Wait.
No, it doesn't matter what he said. We don't need to.
Tyler, you just became my best friend. I tell you what, Tyler M., if you message me, I'm going to give you a free month's subscription to Hoist the Colors.
What are we doing?
Wow.
Do this on your own time.
You get a car. You
Tyler
get a subscription.
M. on the Pirate Radio Facebook Live feed just said, subscribe to the HTC site, too.
Look, one thing at a time, people. Like us. Don't worry about Steven right now.
So smash that like button, and then go to hoistthecolors.net and smash the subscribe button. And while you're at it, check out our YouTube page and our podcast page.
Podcast, baby.
And subscribe to the Hoist the Colors podcast and the Hoist the Colors YouTube page as well.
You're like a sleazy car salesman.
Do it all. I tell you what, Tyler, and make sure you message me, and I'll hook you up.
I tell you what, I asked him to help get our likes up, and then he goes on a Hoist the Colors rant. But hey, you know what?
It's Tyler. He started it.
No, you know what? You did a great job of telling the people. I mean, you exceeded my expectations. You did a good job of that, Igo.
Igo, you peer pressured Charles. He was listening on TuneIn, that's cool. Peer pressured him to jump on YouTube just to give us a like so ECU wouldn't lose today.
Thank you, Charles. That is a great move. We're now at 34 likes. We've got 14 minutes to get that number to 50. Otherwise, Pirates are in serious trouble today.
All right, Damon's listening in Charlotte. We've got Chad in Hookerton, Will in Winston-Salem. So we got folks all over the state of North Carolina and beyond tuned in today. All right, Igo's going to go one more segment with us. We'll take a timeout, come back. More to go. Hour number 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We are back with you after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
So how does short points work?
Well, like Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So how does short points work?
Well, like Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Will the you of tomorrow be happy with the you of today? It all depends on the decisions the you of today makes. For instance, the you of today has an excellent career opportunity with Delcor Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. The pay is great, very competitive with other HVAC companies. Plus, you could get a $1,500 sign-on bonus. The you of tomorrow will enjoy some time away because Delcor also offers paid vacation. Most HVAC companies don't. And since the you of today has some experience, Delcor might just hire you on the spot.
Delcor is hiring 12 experienced HVAC and plumbing professionals immediately. You must have a valid driver's license, ability and desire to work, and legally eligible to work in the U.S. Delcor offers a sign-on bonus up to $1,500, plus one of the best benefits packages in the industry, including health insurance, paid vacation, and retirement options. Learn more at delcorinc.com. That's DELCORINC.com.
The you of tomorrow will thank the you of today for getting a job at Delcor. Delcor is an equal opportunity employer.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Here today with Jeff Stein from Brown & Wood. Hey Jeff, how's inventory going?
Inventory levels are increasing. For the first time in over 45 days, we have Mazdas in stock, Buick in stock, Cadillac in stock, and GMC in stock. I highly encourage the customer to go to GMC.com, build and price their vehicle, share that with Brown & Wood, and let us place your order. We need some price protection for these customers, and you got to place an order to have that.
Brown & Wood, your #1 dealership in Greenville, and the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Do you have an old injury or just some pain that keeps holding you back? It's time for you to get better. With Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we can help you get your life back. Whether you need to get back to a sport, back in the gym, or just back to enjoying life, our team of specialists use a one-on-one, hands-on approach in our state-of-the-art facility to get you back moving again. Don't settle for where you are. Don't stay in pain. Visit kptonline.com today to see how Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you live well, move more, and hurt less.
This is Jeremy Lewis, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 59,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Back with you. We got another Mike Houston pump-up speech just dropped. Check it out online.
Violence!
A lot of
Extreme
effort and violence.
I believe he dropped extreme violence this week.
Yep.
Or I guess this was prior to the Navy game.
I tell you what, the defense listened because they played awesome last week, holding Navy under 3 yards a carry.
What is our light count at? Because we are 8 minutes away from 12 noon, and I'm not liking this.
I think we might have just had a dislike because we're at 38 right now. I think we were at 39. But we still can get that number up because there are more viewers than there are. And if you're on Facebook right now, if you could jump over to YouTube, we got to get to 50. I go set the number. We got to get there, people. Got it. Please get us there.
I mean, I set the number at a bold level. I believe in Pirate Nation, and several of you have done your part.
Yeah.
The rest of you are lacking extreme effort and certainly violence by not hitting your keyboard hard enough. What are we doing?
Blake says if you don't like the stream,
Blake Carroll?
You shall be cursed with the wet.
Blake Carroll is up here watching the stream. He's liking it. What are you guys doing?
He says, if you haven't liked the stream, I hope you stub your toe in a rusty nail. He says, if you don't like the stream, ye shall be cursed with wet socks for eternity.
We are now at 41 likes. We just surged 3. We've got 6 minutes.
44. Come on,
44, baby!
We're getting there. Let's go.
46!
Don't you feel like you're doing something to help the team win?
47!
That's sports right there, man. You're like, if I wear this hat, if I wear this shirt, it's going to help the team win. Right now, you are helping this team
49!
today. We need one more. Give it to me. Come on.
Oh, my God.
Give me one.
Come on.
Give me one.
Just one. Just one.
Who's going to be
Yes! Go, baby.
You can chalk up.
It's not a 49.
Oh, no, we went down. All right, we're back up.
Somebody's messing with our emotions now. No, we hit 50. We're good.
All right.
We're good. Even if it goes down from this point, we hit 50. We're at 51.
What a rush.
I cannot thank you guys enough for your support
51.
of ECU Athletics. So short.
Boss is here.
You sound like John Gilbert.
I feel like we're, like you guys have said, man, you are doing a telethon.
Yeah.
Y'all need the likes. ECU football needed these likes, and we went from 21 to 50 in a span of 20 minutes.
And if you just sit there in for the rest of the day in those fart-ridden PJ pants that you're wearing, you'll know that you did something today.
What did you call it, dumpster juice or something?
Actually, I'd like to credit Isaiah Winstead's dad, Dumpster, for bringing that phrase to us yesterday when talking about the NFC South.
NFC South is dumpster juice.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Winstead, who's a loyal listener now to the program.
Dumpster juice is like probably the most derogatory non-curse word I've ever heard.
Blake says, now you will all be blessed with internet that will never buffer. And what a magical experience that would be.
That was awesome.
What a jump that's been, guys. 56 likes.
Why talk about the game when we can actually affect the outcome of the game?
I'm not going to lie. That's easily the most excited I've ever been in the studio.
Yeah, that was great, man.
We break down games.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
That's the best part of my time here.
Igo, appreciate you hanging out today. Do you have a pick to click for me? Who are you keeping an eye on today?
Pick to click. Funny, I gave those away in my podcast in case anybody listened, but I'll reintroduce my picks to click. So offensively, we've talked about USF playing a lot of man coverage, and they play some single high safety. So that typically means you shade your safety to the side that you think is more vulnerable, which would be Isaiah Winstead, I would believe. So that should open up the field for somebody like a Jalen Johnson on the other side. The other part is C.J. Johnson for me, and I picked Jalen Johnson as my pick to go. C.J. Johnson has dealt with some tragedy this week, loss of life in his family. He did make the trip to Tampa. You know, you don't know how guys are going to respond to that, but I would not be surprised if C.J. plays a very motivated, and game today has some opportunities. If I were the play caller, I would try to get him involved early, get his mind on the game clearly, and then maybe try to let him have a special game.
All right, so the Johnsons. Jalen.
The Johnsons. I like the Johnsons in this one. Jalen also said earlier this week he feels like he has not showed Pirate Nation what he thinks he's all about.
Well, he had a huge one against ODU, right?
He said he was just scratching the surface.
All right, so we'll keep on scratching, and today maybe he'll be sniffing, if you know what I mean. Because I don't know what I mean.
Sniffing the dumpster juice?
Igo, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate all you guys for the likes, man.
Thank you.
That was I honestly thought we had zero.
So we went up like 40 in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was crazy.
All because of Igo's inspirational speech. And because he said ECU would not win the game. But guess what? We're going to win now. I feel great about this game.
Pirates roll. And Igo said that was the best time he's ever had in this studio ever. And it's all thanks to you guys out there smashing the like and smashing the sub.
All right, about to kick off the Nooners, so we'll be watching some games with you here the rest of the way on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Troy D going to be in studio coming up next segment, and we roll on hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. More to go after this.
It's bow time. Why are Bojangles Chicken Supremes called Supremes? Well, with golden crispy chicken tenderloins this juicy, tender, and full of bold flavor, what else would you call them? Superbs? Nah, that would be weird. Get your Chicken Supremes combo today with a scratch-made biscuit, your choice of fixin', legendary iced tea, and have you heard there's a new sauce in town? Try our new creamy buffalo sauce when you get a Chicken Supremes combo today. It's bow time.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. UniversitySportswearENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, UniversitySportswearENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit UniversitySportswearENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. UniversitySportswearENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
The Dickinson Avenue Public House is a lively and diverse restaurant in Greenville that utilizes fresh and local ingredients. With influences of Creole, Asian, and upscale Southern cuisine, the Dickinson Avenue Public House offers a seasonally rotating menu and a full-service bar with rotating craft brews on tap. Come to the intersection of 8th and Dickinson and enjoy $1 drafts on Tuesday, half-price flights on Wednesday, half-price wine bottles on Thursday, and $1 oysters Tuesday through Friday from 5:30 to 7. For more details, check out their website at daphousenc.com.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
Greenville Utilities electric customers will soon be able to receive text notifications in the event of power outages. Enrollment is automatic, so make sure GUC has your cell phone number by signing into your account at GUC.com, then update the information in your user profile. Want to talk with someone instead? Call 252-752-7166 during business hours. 252-752-7166. Update us so we can update you. Visit GUC.com for more information.
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Beauty Bar Medi Spa wants to know if you are ready to fall into beauty October 7th through the 14th. All services and products will be on sale. Botox, filler, painless laser hair removal, facials, RF microneedling, rejuvenating laser treatments to treat brown spots, wrinkles, texture, veins, and skin tightening. And now, the only facility in the area to offer non-surgical under-eye fat pad treatments. BeautyBarMedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Go Pirates!
Better ingredients, better pizza, better brace yourself because this right here is a Papa John's Papa Bowl. No crust, just piping hot toppings and melty cheese in an oven-baked bowl. Better ingredients, better pizza, now in a bowl. Papa John's.
Hey, Pirate fans, brace yourself for the brand new Papa Bowls for only $7.99. The new Papa Bowls are an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, games that are kicking off right now. Number 4, Michigan will be taking on Iowa. Air Force is hosting Navy. TCU is hosting 18th ranked Oklahoma. Purdue is on the road at number 21 Minnesota. Number 7 Kentucky and number 14 Ole Miss are kicking off right now. Kansas State will host Texas Tech. Memphis is hosting Temple. Louisville is Louisville is on the road at Boston College. Coming up at 2 o'clock, it'll be 12th ranked Utah hosting Oregon State. And then at 3:30, number 2 Alabama is on the road to take on the Razorbacks, the 20th ranked Razorbacks, I should say, in Arkansas. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. You can follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule. And we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, Shirley, excited for those kickoffs. Got some football to watch here while we talk football on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Every Wednesday, Chandler, CJ, and myself make our upset picks, top 10, top 25. Chandler has already got one on the board.
1-0 with UCLA knocking off Washington last night, and now I am locked in my game of the week.
All right, so for folks that don't know, Chandler in the Chandler Honeycutt Studios, which is a stool with a laptop on it with a game playing, you've followed like the most intriguing games of the week so far this season. You had App State when they beat A&M.
Yep.
You had some other wild ones. What do you got today?
I'm going with another game that I picked in our upset picks the other day. I believe I took Ole Miss over Kentucky.
Yeah.
So that is the game that I have locked in on my laptop. I'll be keeping up with the Rebels and the Wildcats.
Troy D, did you know? First of all, hello, Troy D.
Good to see you, Clip. How are
shirt,
you?
Doing great.
This old thing?
Yeah.
This old thing, which is actually a new thing.
Yeah.
Where'd you get it?
Thanks to my buddy, Mr. Clip Brock.
Don't mention it. Don't mention it.
Don't sweat it.
Yeah.
I did. I got to admit, I came in yesterday, had to take care of some things. I want to check on you guys. You know, it was a hurricane. Want to make sure everything was okay.
Thanks.
As a, what did you call yourself? Not a first responder. Essential worker.
Yeah.
Essential worker. Thank you for your service, by the way.
You got it.
I was surprised on that. And as you walked into my office, you said, hey, I got something to show you. And I thought it was a shirt you got. I'm like, oh, man, that's cool, Clip. Because you get shirts and hats and stuff here all the time, you know. And I always think they're cool, you know, and I'm glad you get that stuff. And you're like, no, this is some guy. He's done some stuff. And evidently, I didn't realize, how swanky this stuff is, I guess.
It's home field apparel.
Yeah. And I don't want to make it that big a deal about it, but my cousin in LA who keeps up with trendy stuff, evidently they did some ECU drop, and he was like, man, this is a big deal. I get stuff off this thing, and he was super impressed that ECU was there. I guess it's good for ECU. I don't know. I'll just say that. But you brought in this shirt. It's like a vintage retro East Carolina shirt with the peach on it, 92 champions. You know what that season means to me, Clip?
I do.
And what happened after that?
It means everything to you.
What happened after you gave me that shirt?
I presented you with the shirt, and you gave me a hug.
A double barrel hug, Clip.
Yeah.
A double barrel hug. I haven't hugged my kids like that.
It was a real hug. It was a special moment.
Yeah. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
So I'm sporting this shirt today. If you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, you can see it. Why don't you give us a like and subscribe? And while you're there, would it kill you to give us a like?
Yeah.
Or even a share, for goodness sake?
Oh, that would be.
Would you go crazy
above and beyond.
share?
Yep. That's the extra credit to everybody. If you share it, you get extra credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look good.
So I really like it. It's a nice, I got the right size. I went with the undershirt just in case it was a little cooler today. I don't know if I need it.
All right.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So thank you, by the way. I appreciate it.
You are very welcome.
What were you getting ready to ask me, though?
I was going to ask, did you know that Kentucky was number 7 in the country in football?
I was watching College Game Day today, or Sports Center, and they were talking about how Kentucky, not just a basketball school anymore.
That's right.
And even Kansas is doing better, too.
Kansas is undefeated.
So those were two schools that traditionally have not been great at football, which are having a heck of a season.
No doubt.
To start.
Brandon says, I think y'all's volume is turned down. I can't hear y'all. Brandon, are you sure that's not on your end?
I'm going to say, is this Brandon Manning?
No.
Not just a basketball school. That's right. That sounds fine. That's you checking the volume.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Could be
user error.
Could be.
Now, where's Brandon listening? There's 18 different ways to listen to the show. You know?
Looks like he's on YouTube currently.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think we're okay. Let me check Facebook, make sure. He's on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah.
We might be coming through a little low. We're all right.
That sounds good.
Open your ears, Brandon.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up here.
Now we're in Inception here, listening to ourselves.
I mean, it could be a little low.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know. See if you can adjust the.
Brandon, thank you for your input. We are working on that. Yeah, the volume is low. Chris says the volume's fine.
All right. So we'll try and get the volume up.
Have you tried cleaning out your ears with a Q-tip? We'll work on that on our end. Thank you for the heads up. All right, Troy D, East Carolina, South Florida, Pirates, 9.5-point road favorites today, coming off a loss. This team has been able to bounce back from losses before. Can they do it today? What's your confidence level in this team?
I think they will bounce back, Clip. I think, it seems like sometimes they do the opposite of whatever happened in the game before. I've seen that happen before where, they can't get the offensive moving. Now watch this game, like everything click. Like the running game will be there. Watch them be a little more wide open with the passing, and then we'll be like, where was that last week, right? That's kind of what I think is going to happen today. I think we're what if it's the opposite with the defense? Maybe the defense doesn't have the incredible performance like they had against Navy, but I feel the offense will definitely be much better today.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is, it almost is a tale of two teams. I feel like you're going to see the good Pirates come out today.
Good news, Keaton Mitchell making the trip. He practiced this week. Should be a go, and hopefully a full go for East Carolina today.
Yeah, and that was obviously, he's your top guy in the backfield. Having him, he's dangerous. I would love for them to see, and I know you guys talked about this some last week, I missed the little slant passes to him, or get him just even if it's a 3, 4, 5, 6 yard pass, just in a little screen pass to Keaton Mitchell. Let him go. You don't see a lot of that.
On the year, on the UB stat sheet, Keaton Mitchell, 3 catches for 37 yards. Rajay Harris, who is a weapon out of the backfield, 6 catches, 31 yards. I think those numbers need to go up. I think we need to see more passing to the back.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, once again, we're not talking about sending these receivers downfield. Just quick outs to these guys, where it almost is a running play, but you give them a little space. I would love to see more of that, personally.
Yeah.
I just think those guys, especially Keaton Mitchell, you give him a little bit of space, and boy, he is dangerous.
Big game last week for Isaiah Winstead, who has been the most consistent and the top receiver for East Carolina this year. Just about doubling C.J. Johnson and Jalen Johnson in catches. Isaiah has 28 catches, 402 yards, and got in the end zone for the first time last week. But you've got a lot of weapons on this team. Isaiah has been the go-to target as of so far.
And I feel like, kind of getting that touchdown, breaking through that glass ceiling for him was kind of like, boom, okay, here I am.
Could be some
kind of a coming out party almost for him.
When Bryson Worrell hits one home run,
right? That look out, correct. Yeah. I kind of feel like that with Isaiah. Now, okay, he got in there because we were wondering when's he going to score? When's he going to score? Now, okay, we don't have to ask that anymore.
Yeah.
Now he can just go relax. I mean, he's a talented guy, and obviously he's been a big weapon for Holton this season and will continue to be. So he's going to have to score more touchdowns for us to be successful. How you doing on your pace, by the way? We're halfway through. You feeling good?
I'm great.
Yeah, you're doing good. Your energy's good.
Yeah,
I'd like to
said,
compliment you on
started
that.
kind of slow out of the gate, but that's by design.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a long-ass day. I can't go all out hour one.
Your marathon analogy was a good one. Where Chandler's the rabbit that jumps out really quick and then look at him fade.
I'm going to be here 8 hours from now at this seat talking to you after the game. I need to have energy 8 hours from now.
Absolutely. Got to pace yourself. Let's not go crazy in hour one of the pregame.
I'll tell you what helped me out. Country Mart.
Yeah. Boy, I got here. Boy, you guys cleaned that up.
Cheese biscuit.
A little bit of fat back left, I saw.
Wait, was there nothing else left?
And a couple pieces of bacon, I think.
Well,
Shirley, you did not strike me as a fat back type of person.
Fat?
I did. That was more of a Wes Hines kind of move, I would think. He loves some fat back. I'm surprised he's not here. I got to kill this fly in the studio. This thing is driving me
all right,
crazy.
You go for that.
All right. But what is fat back? My kids were asking me that. I said, I don't know. It sounds like something that, folks, if you grew up in the country, you ate a lot of fat back. And it's obviously some type of product from the pig.
Pork,
and I'm
yes.
going to assume it's the back from the fat that they fry up, I guess.
Basically. But it's extremely salty. And so what you do is well, I say what you do, but
at
what
times,
I
Shirley
do
is extremely salty.
Yeah.
Yes. And
You look
what
a
I've
little
always
salty.
done is my mom would make cornbread. Now, there's some people call there's different variations of cornbread. The kind that my mom makes is very dry, and it doesn't have a lot of flavor to it. So what I do is I cut a piece of cornbread that she makes, and then she'll cook fat back with this, which is the salty stuff, put it on top, and eat it.
Now, don't you?
So is it kind of like a cousin of bacon, would you say?
Yeah, I guess I could say that.
cousin.
A fat cousin of bacon.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say, Shirley, don't you throw this in? I think my grandma would throw it in with the collards or something.
Yeah, you
cook
can.
with it.
You can cook with it.
Yeah.
Yes. To give you that salty taste.
Yeah, okay. All right.
You don't have to add additional salt.
All right, so I know what bacon is. I'm understanding what fat back is. Where would you put pork rinds in the family here? Where are they? Are they like a
pork rinds,
third cousin?
Because they're at the family reunion.
They're at the reunion.
But is that kind of fat back similar to pork rinds in a different form?
I honestly don't know. I do enjoy a pork rind. I enjoy a chitlin every now and then.
What is a chitlin?
Chitlin is also a variation of a pork rind.
Okay.
What about cracklins?
Oh, no. I take that back. Cracklin is the one I
If
like.
it wasn't for Wes, I would never know what souse was.
Souse
meat.
Which just sounds disgusting.
Cracklin I like. Chitlins I'm kind of on the fence with.
Yeah.
That's there's because I knew there was one. But anyway,
surely
it's
it's country
just,
strong. Yeah.
Look,
strong.
I grew up. I grew up in the country. My aunts, who practically raised me, they were all country, and they cooked.
Got to tell you, not
all
a lot
that
of
stuff.
Not
I
a
love
lot
it.
of fat back for Troy D. growing up.
Gee.
And by not a lot, I mean none.
Well, I didn't think your butler knew how to cook those.
You are tuned in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate as we get you ready for ECU South Florida.
Yeah.
But
if you want, did you try some clip? It's back there.
No. I had a sausage dog, cheese biscuit.
Okay.
I was good to go.
Yeah. All the good stuff was gone.
Shirley, see if we can go out to
I forgot to call Patrick.
Florida
Sorry.
and see if we can get fellow Bears fan Patrick Mason on the show. Bears are 2-1.
Yeah. Shaky 2-1.
Smoke and mirrors.
But we'll take it.
But it's a better record than my team. And
yeah.
Chandler's
What do
team.
we have? The Giants coming up.
Yes,
this weekend.
another winnable game.
I was going to say, yeah, could be 3-1.
Could be.
Yeah. What do you think about this clip? I'm kind of catching up with you here.
Yeah, I want to see how long you'll go with it. You have less grays and whites in your beard than I do.
I know, and it worries me that I have any. Like I saw some, like a little bit of white right here.
It worries you?
I just couldn't believe it.
You're old.
I don't feel old.
I know, but you are.
I know. It's disturbing to me.
Yeah.
But yours is, you're right, 5 times as gray.
Little Santa Claus-ish over here. All right, we go down live to Boca Raton, Florida. Sounds like a nice place to be on this Saturday.
Yeah.
Patrick Mason, Daily Reflector, joining us on the Pit Electric Live line. Patrick, how you doing, man?
What's up, boys? How's it going?
Going great. How was your trip down there?
It was actually pretty good. It was a little bumpy flight for the beginning, but man, it was good weather here, so can't complain.
So looking at the flight tracker yesterday, am I right in saying that, you kind of go up and it's a little bumpy, but then you go above Ian and just fly?
That's what I do.
Ian is below you?
Yeah, I'd go way above Ian.
Is that how it worked, Patrick?
Yeah, so we were in the plane. The captain goes, all right, guys, hang on for about 15 minutes because we're going to fly above everything. And you just hit the jets, and, we went above everything, and it was smooth sailing. So
yeah, so once you get up,
cool
you're good.
Easy peasy. Okay.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
Exactly.
So good conditions down there in Boca Raton. They didn't really get hit much at all, right?
No, I guess I just got a little rain. Like, I'm out here outside the stadium right now. It's a little cloudy, but other than that, it's perfect. There's a couple people tailgating. I've been trying to walk around a little bit. I see a couple tents and stuff, but, it's a little slow moving here, but people are going to start showing up.
Yeah, Patrick, this is Troy D. I was going to say, I got to imagine, is this about 3.5 hours away from the campus of South Florida, that this isn't going to be a heavily attended game. This is going to kind of be one of those throwback to the COVID season where they're playing the game in the stadium, but I got to imagine the atmosphere is going to be very anemic.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Because, I'm over here at the stadium, and it feels really quiet. Like, you wouldn't think a game is going on right now. Like I said, there's a couple tents in the parking lot, but other than that, it's kind of quiet. But, yeah, like you said, maybe this will kind of feel like a little COVID game. Because I'm not sure what kind of fans will come out for either team, really.
Well, and if you're a South Florida fan, chances are you may be dealing with some cleanup in your house or business anyway. Even if it's not devastating, there's still stuff to clean up. And probably have a distraction going on right now, and a football game may be the least of your concerns as a fan. To go drive 3.5 hours down there, Clip.
Yeah, and the players, have concerns about their families and things like that.
And I knew some Pirate fans that were going to go, but with this hurricane, they changed their plans. They called it off. And then, obviously, if they were going to go, originally all their stuff was scheduled for Tampa. They didn't want to have to have the hassle trying to reschedule to a different place. So I don't think there'll be many Pirate fans down there unless they live in that area.
And kudos, I guess, to the decision makers here. Made it early in the week that this game will be played, and we're going to play it in Florida.
Yeah.
And thanks to FAU for providing a stadium, a place to play, and it all kind of should go off without a hitch.
Yeah,
kudos to the decision makers.
And I do think that was a good move. I said all along, moving it here, I think would have been a half of a nightmare, but it's good that they're able to play it down there, and it's a pseudo home game still for South Florida.
Patrick Mason joining us on the Pit Electric Live line. Go ahead, Patrick. Sorry.
I was just going to say, it is really refreshing that they made that decision early. Like, if they're going to make it, just, make the call. And that's very refreshing because sometimes, as we know, it doesn't go like that all the time.
Patrick, offensive issues last week against Navy. Defense played good enough to win. So what do you want to see cleaned up on the offensive side today if you're ECU?
I want to see them start fast. I think they really need to start fast. Even in wins this year, the first quarter, even the first half has kind of been a little slow. So I think a really good sign would just be start fast, throw the ball around, get some guys mixed in early, and just kind of get that confidence going because it was not clean at all against Navy. It was very slow moving. Just punting and there's really no rhythm. So I guess what I'm looking for is just kind of getting going early and just kind of find a groove early on. I think that'll be key.
Yeah, and I don't really know what kind of pace they want to play with. We've asked Holt Nailers about it, and he said, they can go fast. It's almost like they don't want to go too fast for some reason. I know a lot of people blame the offensive coordinator, Donnie Kirkpatrick, but Mike Houston has shown he is a very conservative coach when it comes to the end of halves and running the clock out rather than trying to get more points and kind of a slower pace and running the football. So I don't know. I think this team has kind of shown what they are, which is a pretty conservative offense for the most part. Will they open it up? Maybe, but they haven't shown any hints to say they will. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because I'm pretty sure they're sixth in the nation in time of possession. And, that sounds good and all. And, yeah, I'm sure you can wear down some teams. But on the flip side, you almost just want to, put some points on the board and get going. So it's a little, give and take here. And like you said, I'm kind of curious how they go, how they play because, sometimes it is slow, but I don't know. It's just kind of a weird offense where it's like they're almost, kind of caught in between of like, do we want to just, kind of methodically do this thing or should we just air it out and just, pull out all the stops.
But there has been, since Coach Houston's got here, this obsession with time of possession. I mean, that's been something he's focused on and is important to him. You can make an argument like, hey, shouldn't you just be focused on points on the board? But every coach is different, and I think that matters to him, and that's part of the game plan. So, he probably sees that stat and really likes it, is my assumption.
Yeah, and I mean, they want to score, but part of that, too, is the defense getting off the field. Well, you have one of the top third down defenses in the country again, and that's going to help out your time of possession, too. So the defense is holding up their end of the bargain on that. And, again, defense was great last week. Patrick, USF, amazing stat, the only team in America that doesn't have a passing touchdown. As we sit here, they went all September without a passing touchdown. That stat will probably change today. It's due to change. But they've got some issues offensively. They're getting some players back, so we'll see how that helps their passing game today.
For sure. So they've been able to run the ball really well. And actually, I asked Mike Houston that. I think it was on Wednesday, and he was saying too. That's just an anomaly. I mean, eventually they're going to score a passing touchdown, and it might come this week. And they've been able to run the ball well. They've, like you said, they've had some players missing. They're going to get it back. So it's really just kind of a unique kind of stat quirk where it's like, no passing touchdowns. What the heck's going on here? But, I mean, they do some things well, and that quarterback is definitely talented.
Patrick Mason, you just down there solo? Igo was here a moment ago, so are you just, hanging out by yourself in Florida all weekend?
Oh, yeah, just, doing a little solo mission and, yeah, just
all right,
trying to find some fun.
Who's keeping up with Arthur? How's Arthur doing?
He's doing good, I guess. Yeah, I got my girlfriend watching in on him, so
all right.
He's hanging out.
If you need to bring him by when you go on a road trip, just let us know. We'll take care of him for the day.
He'd love that.
All right. Patrick, we'll check out your work pages, the Daily Reflector, online, reflector.com. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the sunshine down there, man.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, there is Patrick Mason checking in live from Boca Raton. We got a couple more trips out to Boca. We'll talk to Brian Bailey, also Jeff Charles coming up later on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. You wish you were in Boca Raton, Troy?
Actually, it's a funny clip. I don't. Normally I'd say yeah, but right now I just don't feel like I'm missing it. I'm kind of looking forward. This is the first game all season. I put it out there earlier that has been a away game for us. I'm kind of looking forward to watching
kicking back
a game on TV.
Yeah.
And putting it on the big screen. And I've enjoyed listening to you guys on the pregame. Did a little workout earlier and had you guys on. Makes it go by faster. Tyler was listening with me. He said his favorite part of the show is, guess what?
What's that?
You and Chandler going at each other. So he wants more of that. He thought that's very entertaining. So I am looking forward to getting some takeout food, sitting with the boys, having a little relaxing afternoon, watching some Pirate football on TV, something I haven't done all year, and not actually being in the stadium for a change or at a tailgate. It's kind of refreshing being here with you guys.
Hey, Bryce, this is for you. Clip, shut up.
Well, it's Tyler that actually requested it.
Oh, well, Tyler, this is for you. Clip, shut up.
The thing I like about it is it comes natural. We don't have to.
That's right.
Script it
when you force it, Chandler, it's fake, and I like it when y'all are real.
Sometimes I go after Chandler, and my favorite thing is when he comes after me full-fledged.
Sometimes I can't find the urge to fight back. Sometimes I deserve a lashing. But now, when I don't deserve it,
I did love how you went after Mullis the other day in PRL, which I thought deservedly so, because he was going like a ping pong back and forth on stuff, and you called him out on it. He doesn't like being called out. You raised your voice.
I did.
And then which I thought was deserved. I was like, Clip, good job, man.
Why are you yelling?
And then he asked why you're yelling, and you're like, I don't know. That was a great radio. But anyway, no, I think you holding his feet to the fire when he tries to play both sides of a thing is good. That's what should be done. But that's a good host right there.
Thanks,
you were doing good hosting.
I try to hold people's feet to the proverbial fire, and I like when my feet is on said fire. I like when people come back at me. I don't want it to be a one-way street.
Right.
I like the give and take, the back and forth.
Correct.
The tennis match, the volley.
Yeah. I just haven't had anything to come at you with lately because you've been doing such a great job, Clip.
The only thing I've had to come with you with is a nice shirt.
Yeah, and I'm grateful and thankful.
There you go.
And returned the favor with a double barrel hug in case you missed it.
Double barrel hug.
Igo said you should wear this shirt every game day for the rest of the season.
I was say every day. Yeah. Well, I wore mine yesterday because I knew you would wear yours today, and I didn't want to be.
How'd you know I was going to wear it today? You just know me.
Yeah, that shirt.
Now, if I came in here without the shirt, wouldn't you have been like, damn, what's wrong with him?
Did he not like the shirt?
You're right, yeah.
Oh, no. Should I get him a different shirt?
I had to wear it, yeah. That's so predictable. Certain things.
He didn't like the shirt.
Yeah. I would have given you a complex. What happened?
Thank you for wearing the shirt.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me the shirt.
When we return, we've got a lot of interviews coming up, hour 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We got Double B Brian Bailey. We got the voice Jeff Charles. We got the big man on campus Jeff Nadeau.
What a lineup.
Troy D in studio. A lot to go. Hour 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're halfway home. Back with more after this.
This is Holt Nailers. I've been eating at Parker's Barbecue since I was a kid. Now, all these years later, I still love to eat at Parker's. In fact, I love it so much, I bring my entire offensive line with me. They protect me, and I look out for them with great food from Parker's Barbecue. So whether you bring the team like me or just your friends and family, the awesome barbecue, chicken, and seafood at Parker's is a win every time. Parker's Barbecue, where they always treat you like family.
Before you hit the road this travel season, be sure to get your tires inspected by the tire guys at Greenville Auto World. The Greenville Auto World service team sells all the top brands and economy tires if you need a new set. Need an oil change, state inspection, or AC repair? Greenville Auto World can work on any type of vehicle, and the monthly oil change special is only $29.99. Make an appointment now by calling 364-8730. For award-winning service, trust Greenville Auto World.
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
When it comes to hauling dirt, asphalt, or stone, you can trust the pros at First and Goal Hauling Incorporated. They have a fleet of dump trucks ready to get the job done. And best of all, it's owned and operated by ECU football alum Dakota Marshall. When you have a big job and you need it done right, count on First and Goal Hauling, where it's a touchdown every time. Keep up with Dakota Marshall and First and Goal Hauling by following them on Facebook today.
Have you experienced increased aches and pains recently? Have you heard of CBD? Hemp Garden is your premier CBD retailer in Eastern North Carolina. Do you find yourself having anxiety or in need of extra sleep support? Hemp Garden has a variety of Delta 8 and hemp-derived Delta 9 products that can assist with those issues. If you're unable to stop by the store, don't worry. Give them a call today at 413-6100 for a consultation, and they'll ship right to your door. Hemp Garden, 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
Mow like a pro with Hustler Turf zero-turn mowers. They engineer their mowers to be maintenance and service friendly for the everyday homeowner while not sacrificing the build and cut quality they're known for. From the heavy-duty frame to the welded steel deck to their trademark smooth track steering, Hustler Turf zero-turn mowers deliver professional grade cut quality for a perfectly manicured lawn. Come into Ron Ayers Motorsports to see the Hustler difference for yourself today. Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
This is Dr. Christopher McDowell from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's time for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For experience and professional care, call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is where the fiesta never ends. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Wednesday for shrimp tacos for only $9.99. Plus Wednesdays means all Mexican imports for just $2.99. Thursdays, enjoy your favorite beef, chicken, or vegetable fajitas for only $9.99. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m., and, of course, you can watch the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days as well. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt, Troy D alongside. Troy rocking his home field apparel shirt. Craig says, can't wait for the pic of Troy D's legs in front of the big screen.
Can't wait for what?
The picture of your feet and legs in front of the big screen. Like
like it's the beach?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what, though? It's funny you mention it.
Don't do it.
Guess what I'm wearing today, Clip?
What?
I'm back to shorts and flip-flops today after their post-hurricane visit. It was a little warmer today.
Yeah, you were pretty down in the dumps on Thursday.
I was really down.
You had like a hoodie on.
Yeah.
Scraggly beard.
I had full-blown seasonal affect disorder. But now it's October. Happy October, by the way.
Happy October. Dude.
Man, can you believe it?
I can.
It's like officially fall when October rolls around.
It is.
I'm just lucky I still have flip-flops on.
But Brian Bailey is down in sunny Florida joining us on the Pit Electric Live Line. BB.
Is it humid?
It's a little humid, a little cloudy. A lot of clouds that we didn't expect have kind of rolled in, but we don't expect any rain. But it is a little chance of rain with these dark clouds overhead. Kind of one of those weird deals when you're not expecting it, but they kind of rolled in. But it should be a great afternoon for football. It is humid. It is rather warm. But both teams have some of the specialists on the field, so we'll see how this thing cranks up in a couple hours.
Bailey, how was the flight down there?
You know, it was really a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Coach Houston agreed. I mean, he said once we got up in the air, it was really fairly smooth, so it really wasn't bad, at all. I was expecting a lot worse, especially when we left out of Greenville yesterday about a little after 1 o'clock because it was raining sideways. When we got on the plane, it was raining sideways. And, in fact, when you go with the team, the personnel that goes with them, we get there early before the team gets there, so the team doesn't have to wait for anybody. So we get there a little early. So Jeff Charles and I were the first two in line to get on the plane, and the guy says, come on, we'll get you on the plane. So we run out there, and it's just raining sideways at the time. We go all the way up the stairs and everything, and this lady, one of the flight attendants, she goes, no, you can't come on board. So it's pouring rain, and she says, we don't have all of our attendants up here. You can't get on board yet. So they sent everybody else back. Jeff and I somehow squeezed our way through and said, we're just going to stand here and stay dry. That's okay. They let us stand there. But everybody else had to walk all the way back. So they got rain.
Bailey, this will be a throwback to older Pirate fans. It sounds like she pulled a Clifford Snow on you.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Don't come in the Murphy Center during a storm. You have to remain outside. I just had a throwback to that.
I remember a Meet the Pirates event where he made everybody stand out in the rain.
I mean, Bailey, isn't this one of the advantages of having a charter that you can kind of come and go when you want? This isn't a commercial aircraft. Like, I don't get it. Like, I thought when you're on a charter, it's a little more laid back.
Well, it was really kind of humorous once we got it straightened out because I guess the rules are you have to have your entire flight crew on board before anybody can actually, take their place on the plane. So she was just going by whatever regulation it was, but some of that crowd had to walk all the way back in the rain and come back out when they were ready for them. But Jeff Charles and I, the old wily veterans that we are, we slithered our way through and got this day drive for the most part.
I got to be honest, I was a little worried about you guys when Friday rolled around. I was like, well, I'm kind of glad I'm not on that flight. You know, that's flying out in the kind of remnants of a hurricane here. Wouldn't be my first choice. Were you a little concerned?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all were because obviously, you know, when it's raining sideways when you get on the plane. But as we said, it was about as smooth as it could possibly be with the weather situation the way it was. And I put a movie on, started watching it, and didn't even think about it for an hour and 40 minutes. And then we landed, and everything was fine after that. It was beautiful when we got here yesterday.
What movie did you watch?
I think it's called Unknown with, what's his name, Liam
Neeson.
Yeah.
Would you recommend it? I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I recommend. I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
All right, 55% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Not that great
for folks that are. You know what? I think I've seen this movie.
Anything?
I think I've seen this. It's like everybody's acting like he's crazy, but he thinks he's not. And
kind of sounds like a perfect analogy for Bailey. Were you in this movie, Bailey?
The same idea. Same idea. I walk around all the time. What do you mean?
Oh, man. All right, so it was kind of a headache week for everybody, wondering if we were going to get this game in where, but we've got a stadium, we got a venue, we got two teams there, so business as usual now at the stadium, Bailey. So how about this team when they take the field, coming off a loss to Navy today? What kind of Pirate team do you think we'll see out there today?
Well, I think you're going to see a very focused team because I think that they understand, you know, what's at stake in this game. A little surprise again. We talked about it last week. The Pirates are such big favorites over Navy, big favorites again today over South Florida. It's a South Florida team that played really well, you know, against Florida. Really had a chance to win that game. Didn't play very well at all last week. So we'll have to see if the Pirates, if they can get that running game going, and if they decide to stick with it, and you know, just they got to get something on first down, whether it's run, pass, whatever it is. They got to get something accomplished on first down. So I think that's going to be one of the keys to look for.
And Bailey, we talked to a lot of the players earlier this week, on and off the air, and all of them seemed actually excited to finally have a road game and get out. And sometimes that can focus you as a team. It's just you. You don't have all the distractions of a home game and all the other things that go with that. And you can get away, clear your head a little bit, and have an overnight trip. Is that what you're kind of seeing from these guys now as they start their warm-ups and get out there, that they're really kind of locked in and relaxed?
It's kind of like the old Lou Holtz commercials for one of those hotel chains. You know, it's just us against the world kind of thing, and you pack up. But I think you're right, and I think, you know, we didn't really know what the 4 straight home games was going to be like because obviously it was unprecedented. But I think there's something to be said about the fact that that's a lot. I mean, but for everybody involved, for the team, because you would think you want to play them all at home. You know, I think it was Coach Logan used to always joke he'd like to play them all at home. But I think once you play 4 in a row, you kind of need to get out. You need to travel somewhere. Now, this is going to be an odd situation here because we're not going to have any crowds. It's going to be like a COVID game. But I think they enjoy getting on the road, hopping on the buses when they get here, getting to the hotel, the meetings, and you kind of, you know, you don't have all the pressures that you do at home where you're trying to worry about friends and family and that kind of thing. You know, you're just on the road. You just do, you know, you go to the meetings, you go here, you go there, and you know, they're very structured. And I think they've had a good trip so far.
Bailey, I don't know how much this team hears the noise and acknowledges the noise, but a lot of, you know, talk about Donnie Kirkpatrick last week on our 5th quarter show and throughout the week on Pirate Radio Live. Of course, everybody saw Holton Ahlers throw the interception across the body. We had talked about that with him on Monday on the Players Lounge. So a little bit of heat coming right now on this offense after last week's performance. I mean, do you think that adds pressure? Do they listen to that stuff? I know they hear it, but do they listen to that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I don't think they really listen to it. I think they put together a game plan, and I think that they try to stick to it. Now, I think the Navy game may have just been, you know, one of those deals where, you know, Navy had a great game plan, and they had the extra time to prepare, and they were putting 8, 9, 10 guys in a box, and I think they showed East Carolina some things that East Carolina, A, wasn't expecting, and B, never really figured out the entire game. I think this bunch with South Florida, I think the East Carolina folks kind of feel like they know a little bit more about what they're going to see. If you're USF, obviously, you're going to probably copy the Navy blueprint and try to do some of those things. But I think, you know, and I think if they do that, I think the Pirates will handle it better because they've had a week to kind of clean up some of that stuff. But it'll be interesting to see. But, again, whether they throw it, whether they run it, whether they deliver it by Federal Express, they got to do something better on first down.
And Bailey, I'll say this, not to create noise and stuff, but you're 4 games in the season. The Pirates are 2-2. You got 8 to go. To get bowl eligible, this is one of those games. If you want to go to a bowl game, you want to get to 6 wins. This is really a must-win game for ECU, in my opinion, if they're going to become bowl eligible.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of credit that goes with that statement because it's a difficult schedule. We sat around last night and watched Tulane and Houston, and I was really surprised at that. I really thought, especially when Tulane went to their third quarterback, I thought Houston would take care of business. They didn't, and so Tulane, what are they now, 4-1? So that's going to be a huge game next week, but you got to get through this one this week first.
Brian Bailey joining us. BB, you're going to be back in Greenville in time to watch the Commodores and Cowboys with me tomorrow?
I'll be back in town. I'm not sure where I'm going to be watching Lionel Richie and the Commodores. I'll be watching them somewhere for sure.
Me, Melissa and I made plans to watch it somewhere if you want to hang out with us.
Instead of Hail to the Chief, Bailey, instead of Hail to the Chief, they're going to use the fight song Stuck on You.
Yeah.
Boy.
Well, Melissa loves some clip now. I'll tell you what.
Oh, man, you know what I forgot to do, Bailey, today?
What's that?
I was supposed to take Bella out to breakfast.
Wait, is she still waiting?
No, I forgot. Remember, because you were out of town, and I told Bella I'd take her to Chick-fil-A.
Oh, no.
And I totally forgot.
She's waiting right now.
Uh-oh. Can I make it up to her tomorrow? Oh, no.
Oh, you are dead. You are deader than dead.
Uh-oh.
She's still in the driveway.
She's
at the mailbox.
No, seriously, I just thought about it. I told you that. And I was like, Bailey's going to be all jealous. I'm going to take Bella out.
Oh,
She's going to like me better than him. It's going to be a thing. It's going to get weird. But then I forgot, Bailey.
Well, Bailey, your stock just went up even higher. So that's a good thing.
Oh, I need to send Bella a message that I'm sorry.
I just checked the Blink cameras, and she's still standing on the porch.
That is so sad.
Oh, man, I totally forgot about that.
She did a great job, by the way, Bailey, on Touchdown Thursday the other night. So I wanted to shout her out for that.
Yeah, we had a really solid show again. I got great people that work with us with that show, and they just go out and get highlights from all over. The video's crisp, it's clear, and just with our set and everything, we're really excited about how it's going all year long. And I'll miss the next 2 weeks because next week we'll be on the road, and then the next week I'm hosting the ECU Hall of Fame banquet, so I'll be off the show for a couple of weeks. But those guys will, pick up the slack and do a great job as always. But we really enjoyed it. It was fun.
All right. Well, hopefully you can get Bella something to eat. She's gonna be starving when you get home, Bailey. So.
I need to send her a message.
Hey, the best line the whole time is Troy's. I'll make it up to. I'll take her tomorrow to Chick-fil-A.
Classic. Thanks, BB.
See you, buddy.
Hey, the guy that clicked today, CJ Johnson, just walked past me. So
oh, okay. Every week, a star walks by Bailey as we're talking to him. That's his pick to click. So today going to be C.J. Johnson playing with a heavy heart today. We talked about it with Igo, had a death in the family. So he's got something going on outside of football, but hopefully he can be inspired today on the field. BB, thanks, man. We'll check in with you maybe after the game. If not, we'll see you Monday on the Brian Bailey Show.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
All right, there he is, Brian Bailey. Oh, Troy.
Yeah, I need to, during the break, I'm going to send a message to Bella and see if I can get a redo tomorrow.
Man, just hope
might have to pick a different location, but breakfast could still be had.
Hope she's willing to forgive and forget.
How does she feel about Bagel Man?
Amazing sign at game day today.
Yeah, I was trying to read that.
So it says NC State predicted Hurricane Ian in 2016. It's got the NC State missed field goal. Remember that game where they kept missing field goals or whatever?
Yes.
And it's the ball is taking the path of that Hurricane Ian took.
Yeah.
So they've got the kind of the flight of the ball and then the hurricane tracker on it, and it's a beautiful sign.
NC State loses to Coach Mo. I got it, Troy. And NC State loses to Coach Mo in week 2. Then they go to Clemson, and they're staring an upset in the face. Clemson was number 1 in the country at the time, but I believe it was – can't remember the kicker's name, but missed several field goals, including that one at the end that would have knocked Clemson out.
Yeah.
So
who do you like in that game tonight? I'm kind of excited to watch that game.
I'll go Tigers.
Is Clemson the top? Are they a top 5 team in the country?
Is State a top 10 team?
I mean, the State's 10. They should have a loss on the record.
I don't think State is.
Clemson's got a top 10 defense.
Well, their offense, though.
It's going to be tough down in Death Valley at night. I don't see how Clemson loses that one.
I like Clemson.
I do, too.
I like the Tigers.
Okay. Sounded like you were going a different direction.
Yeah.
Nah, I mean, I think this is the
Let's
time.
Let's go down to Tony the Tiger.
Let's go down to Tony. I think this is the game where State fans will have seen in the past.
I think they're great.
They're great.
Now that is good. Well done. Well played.
But this is the choke game for NC State. There's going to be one this year, and I think this is it.
They're underdogs to number 5 on the road. This isn't a choke game. What do you mean?
This is a game for them to push through. In the past, State has gotten
push through or choke. Which one?
I feel like this is a game they win and then they choke against like Boston College.
Yeah, this wouldn't be a choke game.
I'm saying like NC State gets in this situation where this is their chance to like actually beat a top 5 team on the road, like they have in the past just a few years ago, and they're not going to do it.
All right.
Their chance to go 5-0 and be potentially top 5 in the country, and they're going to NC State it. They're going to NC State it.
This is a big
They're
moment.
They're going to screw it up.
Remember Clemsoning used to be a thing before they won all the championships?
Yeah.
And now
it's NC State.
NC State bleep is still
It's NC State stuff.
Yeah.
And I cleaned it up.
All right.
Have an update in Mississippi.
What do you got?
Kentucky is on the board. Ole Miss was up 14-0. Kentucky just scored to end the quarter, the first quarter that is. But the field goal, or the extra point, I should say, is no good. 14-6, Rebels lead.
I got an update in Fort Worth. TCU 20, Oklahoma 3. Horned Frogs putting it on them. They are halfway through the first quarter, and TCU's already rolled up 20 points. Right now, Army trailing Georgia State 3-0. Where's that Air Force? Air Force up 10-0 on Navy. That game's already at halftime.
Wow.
What time did that game start? Is that right? That can't be right.
Who's Michigan got this weekend?
Michigan's
that
playing
game
Iowa.
Started at 11.
Michigan 7-0 over Iowa in the second quarter.
Starting to scout them for next year.
The clock I have over here on my scoreboard is showing the Navy Air Force game is in the second quarter.
That makes more sense. I think we got an ESPN problem here. Yeah. So, all right, let's get a break in. Those scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by DeBuck. When we return, we'll visit with the voice, Jeff Charles. He'll join us on the Pitt Electric Live line. A lot more to go. Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best.
Everybody loves burgers.
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
We all love using Uber Eats, DoorDash, and grocery pickup. It makes life so much easier. Well, now there is cellular delivery, and the team at Cellular Warehouse has perfected the process. They will deliver your new phone right to your door with all your information loaded on the new phone. And the best thing is there is no charge for this awesome service. And you don't have to waste half the day sitting in a Cellular store. Call Toby Williams today at 252-799-7051 and let his team of experts make your cellular delivery today. Cellular Warehouse, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent, serving all of Eastern North Carolina.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hungry for game day, Pirate Nation? Take advantage of the Warren's Hot Dogs tailgate special of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. And the best part, this special is available every day. Just call ahead and Warren's will have your order ready to go. Hungry for breakfast? Warren's Hot Dogs in Chocowinity opens at 5 a.m. with cheese biscuits, chicken biscuits, sausage dogs, and more. Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers, or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Go Pirates!
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
As Clip mentioned just a few minutes ago, Air Force is out to a 10-0 lead with just under 11 minutes to go in the first half over Navy. Michigan has an early 7-0 lead in the second quarter. Oklahoma trailing TCU 20-3. Minnesota is trailing Purdue in the second quarter 10-0. Memphis and Temple are midway through the second quarter, no score as of yet. Texas Tech is trailing 25th ranked Kansas State 13-0 in the second quarter. Ole Miss leads Kentucky 14-6, and then coming up at 2 o'clock, so about an hour from now, it'll be 12th ranked Utah taking on Oregon State, and then later on this afternoon at 3:30, it'll be number 2 Alabama on the road at 20th ranked Arkansas. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. You can follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, Shirley, looking at the 3:30 window, Alabama at Arkansas. Showdown in the Big 12, Oklahoma State, Baylor. Wake Forest, Florida State. Should be a lot of points scored in that one in Tallahassee. As Troy mentioned earlier, can Kansas go to 5-0? They'll have to beat Iowa State to do that later on today. Virginia Tech at North Carolina. All those games in the 3:30 window. Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard presented by The Buck.
I did talk to Billy Weaver yesterday, and he has been cleared.
Yes.
He is out of COVID protocol, and he will be rejoining us for the fifth quarter today.
Good to know.
Yeah.
We plan to reach out to him the final hour of today's show.
We did ask him to mask up during the show, but it has nothing to do with COVID. Just so we don't have to see his face.
He can just lower the headgear, lower the mask, and put it on. All right, we head out to the Pit Electric Live line and talk to the voice, Jeff Charles. We are lucky enough to have Jeff join us for an hour in studio for home games. First time Jeff's been on the phone with us this year on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Jeff, appreciate your time as always. How are things going down there in Boca Raton?
Cliff, I'm doing great, and everybody's here, safe and sound. The flight yesterday really was not as bad as what I think some of us anticipated. There were a couple of bumps leaving Greenville, but then things really smoothed out. It was about an hour and 48-minute flight. The Pirates flew into West Palm Beach and then drove and bus down here to Boca Raton, stayed about 15 minutes from the stadium. And it's a nice stadium. This is the first time I have been here. We came here for basketball a few years ago, and the basketball gymnasium is right next to the football stadium. So we have seen it from the outside, but first time we've been inside, nice facility, seats 30,000. And, of course, we'll have to get used to coming down here because FAU will be in the American Athletic Conference, as we know, beginning next year. So there will be a lot of trips to Boca. This is a beautiful city on the ocean side of Florida. They have a sign on the field here. It says 1.8 miles to the beach. So as we sit up here on the sixth floor of the press box, we can actually see the ocean through the high-rises, which are on the ocean front. So it's a nice place to come to, and it will be even nicer if the Pirates can pull off this win over USF today.
And, Jeff, this is Troy. I guess it's business as usual there. You know, the hurricane well documented what it did to Central Florida, especially the coast up there, devastating. Some of the pictures and images coming out of that. But I guess South Florida is pretty much unscathed. It looks like they dodged a bullet.
They dodged a big-time bullet, Troy. There's no question. And really, when you look around here, it's like, you know, business as usual. There's no sign of any kind of storm damage or weather. It really did not come this way. And oftentimes, you know, you look at the documented past of Florida hurricanes, and they come up through Miami and Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach and here in Boca and really caused destruction. But this time it was over on the other side. So we think about those folks, you know, in Southwest Florida who really got hit. It was incredible when you look at the pictures. But here it came through unscathed. And, guys, I thought it was going to be hotter today than it is, at least to this point. There was some cloud cover here as recently as maybe a half hour ago. The sun is out now. But really, for Florida this time of the year, it's not going to be too hot for this football game. So we really have ideal conditions for the game, and the field is in good shape. And just have to get used to seeing South Florida Bulls on the Florida Atlantic University football stadium because it is a little bit confusing when you look at the scoreboard, but they've got the Bulls logo down at the 50-yard line. So, of course, they're treating this as a USF home game, but we're playing here on a Conference USA field today.
Jeff Charles joining us, Pit Electric Live Line. Jeff, if you've had a chance to have your weekly chats with Coach Houston, the coordinators, the players, how do you think they respond from that loss last week? This team has shown that they can be resilient coming out of losses. Do you get the sense that they're on that track today to come out and have a good football game after losing the Navy last week?
Well, I don't know, Clip. We'll find out when they kick it off. It's always tough to judge those kinds of things. I tell you, going into this game, which I think is very important, I think the first quarter is going to be maybe more important than usual. And I say that because South Florida has shown a tendency to get down into first quarters, and then last week against Louisville, they kind of folded their tent. So I think the game plan is for the Pirates is to come out and hit them in the mouth right from the get-go and get a lead on these guys and see if, again, that takes a little starch out of them because we have seen this team have a tendency to do that. So I think in talking with the coaches this week, they think a fast start is really important. If you let these guys hang around, you know, they've got good players. That's the thing about USF, and I mentioned this earlier in the week. I've always said they look good coming off the bus because they've got athletes, and one of these days they're going to put it together. They haven't put it together yet this year, and they really haven't put it together for Coach Jeff Scott since he has been here. He's 4-21 in his third year, so they have really struggled. But when you look at them on paper, they don't look like a 1-3 football team. They've got good skilled guys. They've got some good linebackers, especially on defense. Their offensive line, they've got 3 graduate students and a senior in the offensive line who played a lot of football. So that's a concern heading into this game as well. And they've got guys who can hurt you on the perimeter. They've got speed. They've got a quarterback who was at Baylor last year, Jerry Bohannon, who led Baylor to the Sugar Bowl. So, I mean, they've got players. The players are going to have to be ready to come out and fight and win this football game on the road.
I know they had injuries to their receiver position last week in the blowout loss to Louisville, but that stat, Jeff, on the UB stat sheet, Bohannon, who we've seen win games and play well, 0 touchdowns, 6 interceptions through the month of September. They played some good competition, but still just a crazy stat to see. Maybe that'll change today, but I think, and Coach Houston will say it too, he's a lot better than those numbers indicate, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Again, he led Baylor to the Sugar Bowl last year and an 11-2 record. So you know the guy is a good player. He was a Big 12 honorable mention player last year. From what we understand, and talking to Jim Lauk, the veteran play-by-play voice of the USF Bulls before the game, that they brought in another quarterback to the Baylor program and basically told him that you're going to be number 2 going into the year. And he was the starter last year. That didn't sit real well with him. And next thing you know, he's in the transfer portal, and we understand he goes to Tampa, takes a visit. Nobody really knew he was there. And then the next day, they signed him, and now here he is at USF. But he's a good player. He's a scary kind of guy because he's a run-throw guy. He's a big kid. He's 6'3", 226. He can run. He can throw. I mean, he was the number 1 player coming out of the state of Arkansas in high school. And he was recruited by SEC schools and a lot of schools across the country. So he's very capable. Pirates going to have to get some heat on him today.
Jeff Charles joining us. Will be on the call. He's on the Pitt Electric Live line right now, talking East Carolina, South Florida. Jeff, did you get a chance to watch any of Houston and Tulane last night? How about the Green Wave winning in overtime? Dana Holgerson's yelling at his fans. Just a crazy scene there in Houston last night.
That was my favorite part, actually.
Yeah, I did, guys. I watched the fourth quarter when we got back to the room, and you guys have heard me say this before. I still say that Willie Fritz is one of the best coaches in this conference. Last year they were devastated because they had so many injuries, and they went 2-10. But he's got some of his players back now. It was really amazing to watch the third-string quarterback lead them to a victory at Houston because, as you guys know, preseason, they were talking Houston right there with Cincinnati as far as a team that can win the conference, and it's not panned out for the Cougars as of yet. So that was a great win for Tulane. I think early on we all knew going to New Orleans next week would be a tough game for the Pirates, and a lot of folks saw that game last night. They saw how good that Tulane can be. Their defense has been really good. So, yeah, next week we'll be talking about another tough road game for the Pirates in New Orleans.
Jeff Charles joining us, Pitt Electric Live line. Jeff, have a great call today. Safe trip back, and we'll talk to you next week right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
There's the voice. Hoping for some classic calls today. Shirley, can we pull up Corey Glore again? Play it while
you know the only thing that
bothers
me about this call? It's not Corey.
Oh, I know.
It drives me nuts, and I've talked with Jeff about this. When there's a great moment, especially on radio, let the play-by-play guy describe the action.
Yeah.
Let him finish, and then come in with whatever you want. Stop screaming and yelling over. You're supposed to be a professional when you're in the booth. If you want to be a fan, go in the stadium and sit in a seat and yell and scream. Let the play-by-play guy paint the picture, and then you come on with whatever when he's done describing it to say what you want to say. Stop talking and yelling over him. I thought the color analyst with Corey Glore did a terrible job with this.
All right. Well, Troy set it up. Let's hear it.
4 receivers, 2 to either side. Horton alone on the backfield with James the wingback on the left. 4-man rush for Houston. Horton pumps, throws to the end zone. It's caught! It's caught! Touchdown! Tulane has won it! Ow, baby! Ajay Spears pulls it in, and the Green Wave roar back and snatch it away from Houston.
That guy adds nothing to that call, and only as a distraction to what could have been.
I hear you. In a perfect world.
And I've heard worse than that, but it drives me nuts. Once again, these are professionals. Act like it.
Well, they're also fans. They're
No. If this is a high school game, it's one thing.
It's Homer radio. They get excited.
I know, but let the play-by-play guy make the call.
I'm just saying, I get it. I understand it. It's like a former player, somebody invested in the program. It's not a guy that went to journalism school.
I know.
That's why
it's my pet peeve.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not in the rage room, but if I was, this would be something I would bring up.
All right. Next time we're in the anger management rage room.
Mark this one down for me. And by the way, did you tell Tony that I gave him a compliment that he stayed to the second half, which I think enabled him to have a better analysis of the game, which led to some interesting radio?
I didn't hear you say that. I asked him how long he stayed.
What did he say?
He said about the fourth quarter.
Yeah, okay.
I brought that up.
Okay, all right. I just missed that part.
You and Tony are friends. Y'all can talk to each other. I don't have to be the middleman.
I like you to communicate my messages to him. It's very hostage-like.
I know. Which is kind of funny because Tony and I talk on the show, but who sets up his interview every week? Troy does.
Yes,
I'm like,
true.
Troy, is Tony coming on the show?
Like his handler.
Where I could just ask Tony. And then you're giving me messages to send. It's a weird relationship we got going here.
It's a weird three-way.
None of us talk directly.
Right. But it works.
It does.
I don't want to mess it up.
You're right.
Because he does get here.
Yeah, you're right.
When you started communicating directly, he wouldn't show up.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to see if Troy wanted to listen to a great call with no interruption from an analyst. I want to listen to that Mariners call again.
Okay. Well, we got that too.
Yeah, I want to listen to that.
How about this, Troy D? What were you doing in 2001?
2001, that predates Pirate Radio.
Yeah. So the Mariners have not been in the playoffs in the existence of Pirate Radio.
Over 20 years ago.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
So last night, walk-off home run to clinch a playoff spot for the first time since all those years ago. And here we go.
See, that's how it's done.
Jumped in after the play-by-play.
Very professional.
Yeah.
I compliment the Mariners crew there. I don't know if that was a radio or TV call, but that was a great TV. Great job by them.
That was Dave Sims on the call, who used to do a lot of Westwood One here.
And CBS college sports back in the day.
Yeah.
I think he did a lot of college games with us. Awesome call. I had something I was going to mention, but I just went blank on it.
I love that. Hey now.
I think that was a tribute to the previous play-by-play guy that passed away.
I love that.
Niehaus.
I know what it was. I had a friend that's a big Orioles guy. He said, well, the Orioles were still technically in the hunt in October.
Yeah.
Because this didn't happen until after. It was October 1st.
Yeah.
Their game was still done. They had beat the Yankees. They were still in contention in the hunt until this happened. So he said technically they made it to October.
And the O's clinched a non-losing season last night. They could lose the rest and still be 500.
O's really turned it around this season, and they've got kind of a bright future in front of them.
And they've got Connor Norby smashing now in AAA.
You know what he reminds me of? Burley. Like when people were like, when are they calling up Burley? When are they calling? And then they finally did. That's how Norbs is right now with the O's. It's only a matter of time at this point.
And they brought up Gunnar Henderson, the shortstop, Allie Rushman, of course, the catcher. They have a young nucleus and all of a sudden are a very exciting team, and can't wait to see if Norby factors into that next year.
I think he's going to be part of their bright future.
Yeah.
On the big league level. I really do. I think it's going to be awesome to watch.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back when we return. The big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, Barstool Sports, will join us. Likes the Pirates today. We'll talk about that and more when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate.
Enjoyed it, Clip, and I'll listen for you in postgame.
All right, sounds good, Troy D. Enjoyed you hanging out. Back with you after this.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
My whole business just went up in flames, but my agent was there before the fire was out. We started a plan. I've got 25 employees who could be out of a job if we didn't get this place running again. My independent agent and auto owners insurance, they made sure we didn't skip a beat. I mean, we didn't miss a single payroll. That's incredible.
For whatever lies ahead, we're always there.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hi, Pirate Nation. This is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Are you ready for fall? Because we are with our fall savings event. Also, are you tired of other dealers marking up their vehicle over MSRP? Don't worry, because at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, we don't do that. Come work with the best salesman in Beaufort County, Stephen Tyson, voted by Washington Daily News. Have the pleasure of working with the best sales staff in Eastern North Carolina during our fall savings event. We have a vehicle for every need. Come check out the all-new designed Jeep Grand Cherokee and more. And remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Hey, Pirate Nation. This is Russell from Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington. Believe it or not, fall weather is coming and we're ready for some Pirate football. Russell's has a long history of dressing Pirate fans, both men and women. For the men, we offer both logoed and non-logoed from Peter Millar, Johnny O, and Smathers and Branson. Our ladies love Tyler Bowe, Crosby, and Never a Wallflower for game day. Join us in wishing the Pirates a healthy and successful season. And remember, for all your game day needs, shop Russell's in downtown Washington.
Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers for my friends at ArcPoint Labs. Just as I trust my teammates, you can trust ArcPoint Labs to give you quick and accurate results for your laboratory testing needs. ArcPoint Labs provides insights and solutions to enable individuals, businesses, and communities to make informed decisions on their health, safety, and well-being. Visit any of the 6 Eastern North Carolina ArcPoint Labs locations or go to arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Amanda Houston, and when it came time to make the game-winning play for relaxation at our house, I made the right call to Jamie Lang and Carolina Hardscapes. Jamie and his team built the backyard oasis of our dreams with a beautiful custom paver patio, outdoor lighting, and fireplace. Make your backyard incredible and call Carolina Hardscapes today at 364-1201 or visit their showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Suck. Go Pirates!
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates!
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the over 59,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you. Hour 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, taking you up to the 2:30 kickoff. Got a lot more to get to on the show, including a chat with the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau from Barstool Sports. He joins us now on the Pit Electric Live line. Jeff, hope you're having a good game day Saturday. How you doing, man?
Pretty good, Clip. How are you?
Doing great. Looking forward to Pirates and Bulls. And Jeff, you said earlier this week on the show that you like the Pirates today to bounce back. Is it more about ECU or is it more about the USF team they're playing? Why do you like East Carolina this afternoon?
Well, I think ECU has a really good spot here coming off a loss to the Naval Academy. You have a team you're playing who obviously isn't very good, but also have had some real issues, I would have to imagine, during the week with some of the hurricane stuff. This game is relocated, as you all know, and it hasn't really affected ECU much. You also look at the game itself. I just think ECU is a significantly better team. ECU has had really no trouble with teams of this nature, i.e. Old Dominion and groups like that. This is an ECU team good on both sides of the ball. They should be able to move the ball, particularly on offense. You look at, I've talked before, this South Florida defense just cannot stop anybody, really, through the pass, especially on the ground. They're allowing almost 7.5 yards to carry. The running backs for ECU should have a big day. Holt Nailers should allow. That should open up the pass for him and some of those receivers. This game screamed like 34-10 to me. I think ECU comes back. A well-coached team generally responds. It's a good spot for them, obviously with a lot of distractions for their team they're playing, plus the team they're playing just isn't very good.
Keaton Mitchell left the game against Navy. He practiced this week. He's there and should be a full go for East Carolina today. That is a major help for an offense that struggled last week against Navy, but an offense that had looked good prior to that. So you just hope it was a one-week thing and then get back on track today. The defense has looked good every week of the season for the Pirates this year. Jeff Nadeau, Barstool Sports, joining us. Jeff, are you sweating out any noon games? You got any games going on right now?
I wouldn't say I'm sweating them just yet. I'm on Iowa. It obviously really isn't the greatest start. I was hanging in the game. They just can't, as usual, just can't move the ball. They're going to have to get some sort of turnover and turn that into some points. It's just, this is what happens when you back Iowa. Obviously, you're going to have a low-scoring game, but I just need some points. They keep hurting themselves with penalties and things of that nature, but I'm just hoping for them to grab some points here because the defense has been okay given the circumstances.
Jeff, there are some Seminoles believers out there, and they've looked good. They, I guess, deserve their top 25 ranking, but I like Clawson. I like Wake Forest. I'm going to be on the Deacon side today. Do you think they can hang with the Seminoles coming up 3:30 on ABC? Total in the upper 60s. The line has dropped to 6, I think, so maybe there are some Demon Deacons backers out there. But how about this matchup? Should be some fireworks on the field.
Yeah, I don't have much interest in picking a side here. I think the better team is Wake, but I just know Wake can't stop anybody. I've seen this team time and time again get destroyed defensively. I think Florida State's pretty undervalued. They have a great quarterback who's healthy again, and they can move the football as well. I had a hard time, doing anything but playing it over here. This screams like 41-34, 44-38, something like that. I like both sides offensively. I don't trust either on defense.
Another game, Jeff, that folks around here will be paying attention to, and folks across the country, NC State at Clemson, top 10 matchup in Death Valley. Any interest one way or the other in this game?
Yeah, I definitely lean Clemson. I've been very high on this team. I think this is going to be a real show-me game, statement game for Clemson Tiger football. Coming off a win, but it wasn't a good defensive performance. I think we see a major bounce back from that defense. This is a defense that I think we forgot about just because they didn't play well, but this is still a top 5 defense to me in America. I think we see a major bounce back at home here against, a team. Look, Clemson, as I said to you, Clip, earlier this week, this is a good offense. They've scored 35 or more in every game. Now, I know a lot of people will point out they haven't really played a good defense, but, Olajuwon looks a lot better in the pocket. They're getting him to speed this offense up a little bit. He's hitting some throws. The run game's been good. I think they're just a better team. For me, I need 6.5, though, in this game. I'm not running to lay 7. We have to worry about overtime in this game, that sort of thing. I want the 6.5, but I think at home, weather should be good here. I like Clemson. I think they make a major statement today.
Jeff Nadeau, Barstool Sports. You can watch Big Man on Betting every Thursday at 4 o'clock on YouTube, the Barstool Sportsbook channel. Also, you've got the Sit Down podcast, of course, which is doing great numbers now that it has moved over, doing even better numbers than it was before, Jeff. So you got a lot of stuff rolling. How about other games today? Another game you're keeping an eye on, something you like on this Saturday?
Yeah, another game I like, and I urge you to go read my blog. You'll get some more info on this. I just dropped it about 20 minutes ago. I like Iowa State today against Kansas. I want to give Kansas respect. Like, I think what they've done is honorable, and I like the fact that they've obviously looked really good on offense. But I look at the quality of defense they played. I just don't see one that's quite like Iowa State. Iowa State is stingy against the pass and the run. This is a major step up. And, there's a lot of pressure now in Kansas. You have a team that has all the hoopla and the game day stuff. There's just a lot of pressure for a team like that who really isn't used to it. Iowa State won this game last year 59-7. I know Iowa State lost some stuff on offense, but this is still a solid offense, a good receiver group, and a quarterback in Hunter Deckers is playing very good right now. I like Iowa State. I like Matt Campbell, especially in this role. As a favorite of 3 or less, he is 34-18 in his career. I'll take those numbers. I think Iowa State wins, and I think they do it pretty comfortably. We have to stop forgetting about this Cyclone team. They're starting to really hit their stride.
Nadeau's been awesome on his blogs this year. Iowa State we're going to take down Kansas for the first time today. First time this season, says Nadeau. Nadeau, how about your Birds? The Eagles are for real, and I think there's a chance the Jaguars might be for real. And the fact that they have a legit shot to win the AFC South this year. That line is around a touchdown, I guess less than a touchdown. But any concerns about Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars for your Eagles tomorrow?
Yeah, I definitely think there's some concerns. I mean, we've seen Trevor Lawrence make this, quantum leap, if you will, in his, second or third year. Look, Doug Peterson's a great coach. This is what a good coach does for you. He gets the most out of his quarterback. He has some weapons all of a sudden there. I'll tell you a really underrated injury not a lot of people are talking about. Avonte Maddox isn't going to play for the Eagles. He has been one of the more solid slot corners this team has had in a long time. That's going to be a problem against Christian Kirk, who can really play. This is a concerning spot. Obviously, it helps that it's at home, and I think the Eagles will find a way to win. But if I can pull a 7 out with Jacksonville, I'm going to probably take a shot with them here. I think this is a great improvement for Jacksonville. The culture's being built. That's what Doug Peterson does. This is a terrific hire by them, and I think it'll be a win for the Eagles. Obviously, as they're the last undefeated team, you're going to lose at some point. But this is not the step-over Jaguar team anymore. They have a good group of linebackers. They're good defense. I think they can hang in this game. Scheme's like a 24-20 type of game.
Nadeau told us Thursday on Pirate Radio Live that the Eagles would be the only remaining team, undefeated remaining team after Thursday night, and he was right. The Bengals taking down the Dolphins on Thursday night. Jeff, appreciate you joining us for a few minutes here on a Saturday. Everybody go check out Nadeau's blog. Give him a follow on Twitter. A lot going on. So thanks for your time today, big man.
Cliff, if I could say one thing to just your audience before we go, one thing if you're handicapping these cards, one thing you must pay attention to at this point is penalties. I mean, this is another game that I'm going to lose because of bad penalties. These stupid, idiotic penalties that just can't happen in a game of these magnitudes against good football teams. You can't commit penalties. It's Houston last night. It's Iowa today. You have to look at penalties, guys. It is something that will make or break your game. If Iowa doesn't commit penalties, this game is a lot closer. Unfortunately, they are, and they're on the verge of getting blown out here.
Well, Nadeau, thank you for entertaining radio. I'm sorry it's going against you. Hopefully it turns around. Last time this happened and you were yelling on our pregame show, it turned around and went in your favor. So hopefully the same can happen today.
Well, Iowa has 3 plays in their opponent's territory. That's probably not going to be good. You can't. When you have no room for error with your team, You cannot make bad penalties. You just can't.
Nadeau, you're the man. Appreciate it, dude.
All right, Clip. See you, bro.
See ya. There is the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. Not happy with what's going on right now in Iowa. Let's look at some scores. Michigan has it in the red zone, up 10-0 on the Hawkeyes. Kentucky just got into the red zone. Chandler's keeping an eye on that game.
Update in Oxford. Kentucky is driving. They're knocking on the door, and as I speak, they knock it in. They knock the door down. They score, and now it is 19-12, trying to make it 19-13 with an extra point. They missed their last extra point, so we'll see how that goes. But we got a good one here in Oxford.
Got a can of soup, Chandler.
Got a can of soups.
One great basketball analyst said that on a watch-along one time. It really stuck with me. And I'm ready for another basketball watch-along. How about yourself?
Oh, man, I can't wait.
I'm ready to slip that jersey on.
Slip the jersey on, and we've got something to add this year.
Oh, that's right. We got our arm sleeve tattoos that we got to add. TCU has 27 points with 11 minutes left in the second quarter. 27-10 over Oklahoma. What do you got, Chandler?
A bobbled snap. The holder, bless his heart, runs for his life. He's knocked down once again.
Jeez.
Extra point fails for Kentucky. It is 19-12.
So,
wow, it was a bad snap too.
And we've had a safety. If you got Kentucky right now in this game plus 6.5, 7, you're kicking yourself because the score should be tied, right? No, 17-14. Should be, but you had a safety and you've had 2 botched extra points, which makes it a 7-point game. So you're sick to your stomach out there. Purdue 10-3 over Minnesota. Kansas State up 13-7 on Texas Tech as they get close to halftime. Georgia State is one of 2 FBS teams winless on the year. That might change today because they're up 17-0 on Army. Can you name the other FBS school from the Pac-12 that is winless this year? They play tonight, and they're big underdogs.
Oregon State?
No. Colorado. All right, Wisconsin trailing Illinois 14-10, 2 minutes left to go in the first half. Boston College up 21-16 on Louisville, and good God, are they playing a snoozer in Memphis? Temple 3, Memphis 0.
It's a snoozer in Memphis.
Gross. Air Force 10-3 over Navy. It still says halftime. Is it really halftime now? It might really be halftime this time. Air Force with a 10-3 lead. Those scores on your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dubuck.
Dubuck.
All right, we'll take a break, come back, and kick off hour number 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Shout out to our listeners and viewers. We got 77 likes on YouTube.
You're kidding me.
We might as well get 100.
Have you ever heard of this before, Clip? We are 19. We have 19 more likes than viewers on YouTube.
Yeah. So now we got to get the viewers up so we can get those likes up. And as Tyler says in the YouTube chat, I would love to see that number triple digits. But kudos to you this morning and on into the afternoon for getting those numbies up. We appreciate it. We roll on, more to go, including The Weave. Billy Weaver joins us to kick off hour number 4 when we return Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers, and when it comes to getting your family together, there's no better place than Familia, which is Italian for family. Familia is the place I like to bring my football family, especially my offensive linemen. Whether it's great New York-style pizzas, homemade meatballs, lasagna, chicken parmesan, or delicious homemade desserts, Familia is a winning play every time. For dine-in or takeout, make Familia your go-to play when you have a hungry team. Familia on Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College. Go Pirates!
Take a hit from a 300-pound linebacker, and you better be wearing pads. Take a hit on the road, and you better have good auto coverage. When you've got North Carolina Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, you've got the best local agents ready to help you bounce back. If you don't, well, you'll probably play football without a helmet, too. In Pitt County, call Carlton Venters or C.J. Messerly at 252-756-3007. North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina Incorporated. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Hey Pirate Nation, Shimmer Boutique is your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials. This is Holt Nailers, and if you need a Yeti cooler, apparel, shoes, or accessories for the season, Shimmer has you covered. Shimmer Boutique is also the exclusive retailer in Greenville carrying the largest selection of built when broken gear for adults and youth. Be ready for game day and every day at Shimmer Boutique on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville across from Lowe's. Go Pirates!
Love is finding the internet of your dreams from MetroNet. Get ready for fast, reliable, 100% fiber speeds with unlimited data so you can stream, study, surf, and game on all your devices simultaneously. No lag times or buffering. MetroNet offers student deals. Get 100 megabit internet for just $39.95 a month. Switch today at metronet.com/switch. MetroNet. Love your internet.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
This is Braxton Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. If you're looking to purchase a home, it is still a great time, and being pre-qualified before you begin shopping is an advantage. At Angel Oak, we offer a wide variety of programs ranging from conventional, government, and portfolio loans that can fit most financial situations. To get started, contact our experienced team of Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, Wanda Hager, or myself, Braxton Green, at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Boston College and Louisville making it a game. Louisville only trails Boston College 21-16 with about a minute left to go in the first half. Georgia State has gone into the locker room at halftime with a 17-0 lead over Army. It is Michigan 13, Iowa 0 at the half. Air Force leads Navy 10-3 at halftime. It is Oklahoma trailing TCU 34-10 in the second quarter. Minnesota trailing Purdue 10-3 with less than a minute to go in the first half. Temple went into the locker room with a 3-0 lead over Memphis at halftime. Kansas State leads Texas Tech 13-10 at the half. Ole Miss leads Kentucky 19-12 with about 30 seconds to go in the second quarter. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. And they are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. You can follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Thank you much, Shirley Rhodes. I love a football Saturday. My team's making me hate football Sundays, but I still love that too, outside of what Washington's doing. Great time of the year. Basketball practice beginning this week. MLB playoffs starting next Friday. So, man, it's all here. I hope you are enjoying it because these Saturdays are precious.
Braves going for back-to-back World Series championships.
Yeah, baby.
And congrats. We talked about it earlier in the program. Congrats to Stephen Igo and the Seattle Mariners for the first time in 21 years. The drought is old enough to drink, but the drought is over. They're back.
Chandler, you are a sports trivia aficionado.
Some say.
What Big Four sports team now has the longest playoff drought? Would you like for me to tell you the league?
Sure.
The league is the NBA. Name that team. 2006.
Sacramento.
That's why you're the man. Well done. Give yourself a hand. Well done. Shirley, do we have the weave?
The weave is not answering his phone.
Oh, he's tending to poop.
But you never
Taking
know.
the weave.
It's a tough. You don't really have a schedule, when you're tending to poop. It could happen anytime.
Yeah.
So, I tell you what we'll do then, Shirley. Let's hear from some East Carolina coaches, starting with East Carolina offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick, as he talked to Jeff Charles this week. The East Carolina offense took a hit last week with some of these numbers, still averaging 32 a game, rushing for 187 a game, passing 276, but just couldn't get going, especially Brian Bailey talked about it earlier. Got to get some more yards on first down. Stay out of those second and long, third and long situations. Jeff Charles spoke with Donnie Kirkpatrick earlier this week, went one-on-one. Let's hear that conversation.
Well, visit now with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. And, Coach, let's talk about this Bulls defense that you'll be going up against this week. Anything in particular jump off the page at you?
Just a super athletic group. I mean, you're playing a Florida school, obviously a lot of talent in the state of Florida. About 10 of these guys have went off to somewhere else, bigger type, supposedly universities, and have transferred back in. So a school like that's always going to have a great advantage with the transfer portal. But they got some veteran kids in there. Now they got a new defensive scheme, new defensive coordinator. I think they're really, really solid. I think they're very, very sound. I like to try to get you behind the chains. A lot of blitz on first down, a lot of blitz on third down, then maybe a little bit more regular defense on second down. So it kind of makes you, rethink about how you're going to call the game. But the DBs, a lot of man coverage, up in your face. They're big, they're long arms, and they're really fast.
Coach Houston said, too, their linebacking core is really good. Maybe not as good as NC State's. We know how good they are, but, maybe just close to that.
Yeah, I've got some veterans there. The one guy, number 5, this is his 6th year, so obviously the COVID thing has changed. You didn't used to ever hear about that, but they all run very well. They like to blitz those guys. They can really hit the gaps hard.
Coach, let's go back to last week. Give us a grade on your offense and how you feel they did.
Well, you don't win, you don't grade good, you know what I'm saying? And that's on all of us, that's on me for sure. We didn't feel like we just had a consistent deal. We couldn't get any rhythm going. We couldn't get anything going. I really thought it came down to the 2 turnovers, though, because the name of the game is just win the game. And, it was going to be a low-scoring game. They were running the clock down. It's going to be a low-possession game. We had expected that after last, year going up there and it being a high-scoring game. So, in the end, we came down. We turned it over late, gave them good field position. They capitalized. We had a chance to win it at the end. We turned it over. Goes into overtime. Obviously, anything can happen there.
Yeah, no doubt. Coach, as you kind of X and O this for us, what would you like to see this offense do better, especially in this game coming up with USF?
Well, we've had big plays and we've played well, that's for sure. We got to just get this bad taste out of our mind. When you win a game and we had a 2-game win streak, you almost get to thinking, okay, nobody can stop you. Then you have a bad game, you think, well, we'll never score again, we'll never be able to do anything. So you just got to put all that aside. We got to go play hard. We got to make sure the passion's there. Our guys will go make the plays.
Yeah, let's talk about that. How have the guys responded this week in practice?
It's been a good week of practice. I really think that. I think Coach got their attention obviously on Sunday. Didn't have to get on them. They were low. The loss hurts. Anytime this team has high expectations, we have to battle that. Sometimes you get the high expectations, then you get a little too disappointed, even sometimes within the game. So we just have to let the game come. If it's a high-scoring game, it's a low-scoring game, just go play our best to go win. But we've had a great week of practice, so that usually bodes well for how you're going to play on Saturday.
Well, as we both know, Keaton Mitchell went out last week, had a lower back bruise from what we understand. How's he practice this week, and will he be ready to go for the game with USF?
Yeah, that was a blow, and, you expect that in this game, and that's why I'm glad we have 2 running backs and maybe 3 coming on now, because we surely missed Keaton, obviously, in the second half. We didn't get those big plays that we've gotten out of him when we've played well. He is been good at practice. We've kind of taken care of him. It's a hip pointer. Those are things that are a little bit funny. He can move straight ahead. He just couldn't cut very well. It's extremely painful. We didn't want to get him hit this week, so we have protected him. We've actually probably worked him out harder after practice and before practice than we have during the practices.
So, Coach, could Gunn get some carries this week, you think?
I would think for sure Marlon Gunn will get his chance to show what he can do. Obviously, we'll still rely heavily on Rajay, but Marlon Gunn has had a good week of practice. He's had a good month of practice, and I think he's ready.
How about Camaro Edmonds? How's he been coming along?
Camaro's been good. You know what I'm saying? It's just in a room there where he's battling to get some playing time. And, Marlon's maybe just been a little bit more ahead of him because he had some sickness and some different things and missed some in there and right to probably week 2 or 3. But he's back strong, and it can surely go that way. He's got to be ready.
So, Coach, final question for you as you take a look at your offense against this USF defense. I know turnovers every game is very, very important, and the 2 did hurt last week. What do you have to do, though, to move the ball and score some points against these guys?
Well, we're going to have to win some one-on-one battles out there at receiver because we're going to get some one-on-one coverage. It's going to be blitz. It'll be different than last week. They blitzed, zone blitz, stayed back off us, made us throw the ball underneath. This time I think they'll get up, they'll press us, they'll play man. Those guys are going to have to go win those one-on-one matchups.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
All right, the offensive perspective from this game with Jeff Charles and Donnie Kirkpatrick. Let's hear the defensive side of things with Blake Harrell, East Carolina defensive coordinator, coming off a really solid performance. Gave up some plays in the passing game to Navy, but, man, the main goal is to stop that triple option. They did about as good a job of that as we've seen in ECU defense against Navy. How about today against South Florida? Let's hear Jeff Charles go one-on-one with Blake Harrell.
A visit now with ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell as the Pirates get ready to take on USF. And, Coach, let's start with Jerry Bohannon, the quarterback, a big-time recruit coming out of high school, a starter at Baylor last year. I know he struggled a little bit this year, but still he's got a lot of talent, doesn't he?
Very talented kid. I think he was the number 1 player coming out of Arkansas in high school and chose Baylor over some SEC schools and was a starter there, took him to a bowl game. And, Big 12 honorable mention, all those big numbers there he put up there. And, he's when he plays well in the Florida game, they played really well and had a chance to win it and rushed for over 300 yards and did some good things there. And I don't think some of his struggles this year are a reflection of him. I think, the Florida game is really who he is and gave him a chance to beat an SEC team there. And he's a really good player. I think he adds a new dimension to him with the run game himself and makes really good decisions, throws the ball really well down the field. So get our hands full with him.
So let's talk about his supporting cast, Coach. How about his running backs and his wide receivers?
Yeah, Weaver out wide, number 10, is the same guy we saw last year. I think he's a really good receiver, one of the best in the conference. Thought the same a year ago, and that's where they want to put the football. Jimmy Horn, number 5, plays in the slot mostly to the field. He's a guy that can stretch you vertically. I think they took a deep shot over the middle with him last year. Was just overthrown, but he's a guy that can truly run. Now, you got to be careful with him. He'll be a jet sweep guy, get vertical on you, deep ball, those type of things. Out wide, also, they got Brown, number 1. He's a Charlotte native, transfer from North Carolina that can run as well. So they got good speed, and behind those guys, got some good backups. In the backfield, Battier, number 21, is probably the best kick returner in the conference. And, back there in the backfield, he scares you as well because, at any time he can take it to the house. Mangum, number 0, played a lot against us last year, bigger back, can come downhill, pound you. And both of them just do a really good job in the run game. So they're complete offense. They're very balanced. Probably want to run the football a little bit more than they want to throw it on the first and second down. But they do a really good job.
Coach, go back to last week. Evaluate your defense and how you feel you played against that triple option.
I thought our guys handled it really, really well and played their butts off and with great effort and intensity and energy and physicality, all those things. And I think we had 77 snaps on the day. I think snap 56 through 61 you'd like to have back. Do a few things different there, but the others you're really, really proud of. And at the end of the day, we got to find a way to win the game and make that extra play and keep them out of the end zone and see if we can keep points off the board there.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Coach, who played well for you last week?
We had several kids. I think Chance Bates led us in tackles. Xavier Smith played really well. Julius Woods continued to show up every single week. The guys inside, probably the biggest play of the game was when we got the targeting call on Elijah Morris. And, you could argue a year ago he was probably the best player we had against the option. He goes out, but Jason Shuford and Xavier McGyver step in and fill the hole there, do a really nice job. Sue Radware and Mims over there do a really good job at the other tackle spot, and just really a complete effort by a bunch of guys doing a really nice job. And Navy's doing a good job of just keeping you on third down, guessing what they're going to do. They're going to run the football on 3rd and 10 like they did the first time they had 3rd and long, or they're going to throw it and roll out. And so they kept us guessing a little bit on 3rd down. But our guys did a nice job just stopping the run. I think it's under 3 yards a carry, which is a really good goal and really good feat for the defense there. So, but we got to find a way to get a win and keep building on that and find a way to look forward to USF and get it done.
So, Coach, let's talk about it. What's it going to take? Give us a key or two. What's it going to take to get it done, to do a good job defensively against this USF offense?
Last year we did a really nice job of creating turnovers and really nice job on 3rd down. I think we held them 0 for 7 on 3rd down and created 4 turnovers. If we could do that again, some fashion, some way, that really give us a good chance to stop, to win the ball game. And we got to stop the run too. I mean, they ran for 286 against Florida. When they run the football efficiently and effectively, then they give themselves a chance to win. So we got to make sure we stop that and do a good job with that.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
All right, Blake Harrell, and you also heard from Donnie Kirkpatrick with the voice Jeff Charles as we continue on closer to kickoff, East Carolina and South Florida. Looking at the defensive stats on the UB stat sheet, East Carolina allowing 18.8 points per game. That is stellar in 2022 college football. Pirates giving up just 110 yards on the ground per game, 234 through the air. South Florida has been able to run the football. We'll see what they can do today against this East Carolina defense. Once again, the Pirates have been good on 3rd down and red zone this year. Kind of trends from last year as East Carolina has really just been kind of bend but don't break, but even better than that, really, because they're getting off the field on so many 3rd downs. Opponents just 18 of 55 on the year, 33%. Our teams on 3rd down against East Carolina, 4 out of 9 on 4th down. So the percentage better there for teams against ECU. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. When we return, we'll talk to Billy Weaver, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. There's been some give and take on the show today. You've challenged me and my energy, which I told you it's a marathon, not a sprint. You got to build that energy. I feel like I've brought better energy to the show as it's gone on. We've challenged you to like and subscribe. We've got the likes up to 86 on YouTube, which is a great number. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy with it. I'm proud of you guys. But, man, triple digits would look good. That's all I'm saying. If you have yet to like it, make sure you like it. If you got a buddy, a pal, a burner account, we'll take fake likes. We don't care. We ain't too proud to beg. Let's try to get that number up to 100. 100. 14 more likes on YouTube. I think we can do it before we get out of here and kick things off. Take a break, come back. The Weave joins us on the other side after this.
Here today with Jeff Stein from Brown & Wood. Jeff, how's the service department?
Service is going great. Like I told you before, 2022 is the year of the customer. We've been voted #1 dealership in Greenville for 3 years in a row, and there's a reason why. For service, we still offer free pickup and drop-off, so we're trying to make it super convenient for the customer. And right now, our customers are repairing their vehicles more than ever.
How can people make a service appointment?
They can go to brownwood.net or dial 355-6080.
So, how does short points work?
Well, like Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So, how does short points work?
Well, like Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Will the you of tomorrow be happy with the you of today? It all depends on the decisions the you of today makes. For instance, the you of today has an excellent career opportunity with Delcor Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. The pay is great, very competitive with other HVAC companies. Plus, you could get a $1,500 sign-on bonus. The you of tomorrow will enjoy some time away because Delcor also offers paid vacation. Most HVAC companies don't. And since the you of today has some experience, Delcor might just hire you on the spot.
Delcor is hiring 12 experienced HVAC and plumbing professionals immediately. You must have a valid driver's license, ability and desire to work, and legally eligible to work in the U.S. Delcor offers a sign-on bonus up to $1,500, plus one of the best benefits packages in the industry, including health insurance, paid vacation, and retirement options. Learn more at delcorinc.com. That's DELCORINC.com.
The you of tomorrow will thank the you of today for getting a job at Delcor. Delcor is an equal opportunity employer.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville, do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best.
Everybody loves burgers.
This is Miles Berry, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and then click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Broad.
All right, we ask, you deliver. 102 likes on the YouTube. Well done, folks. Shout out Neon Panther, Joe Davis, David Lloyd, Ben Murchison, Scouts Focus, who has... I said we don't mind burners. This guy's got multiple burners going for us right now. Shout out Scout Focus. Just burning up the internet with all his burners.
Burner number one.
Burner number two. Burner number three.
I tell you what, this is what...
Joe Davis has burners. So we've probably got like 4 people actually liking the show. But they've all got burners.
We don't care.
We don't care.
We don't care.
We don't care.
But you know what makes me happy, Clip, is the pride that these people take in this stuff.
I know.
They're
proud
prideful
of it.
in this.
Yeah.
They take this stuff seriously. And it makes me so happy, and I appreciate you guys. I don't care how many burners you got. You got us to 100. And, man, let's celebrate by talking to Billy Weaver.
We'll do that. Facebook, where are you at? 28 likes on a Saturday? Give me a break. We have to start getting on these Facebook people. I know you like looking at your recipes and bad memes and things like that. You need to get the likes up.
And see, Facebook, I feel like Facebook has been lazy because Facebook wasn't a problem. YouTube was the problem.
That's right.
At one point, and we had to fix YouTube.
YouTube
is fixed now.
We had to plug that leak, and now we got a drip coming over here.
And now we got a drip in Facebook.
My God.
Come on, guys. I mean, look, we're proud of you two, but let's get on the same page. Let's get on the same page of smashing the like and smashing the sub.
Keep it going, folks. All right, let's head out to the Pit Electric Live Line. He's playing hurt. He's trying to get comeback co-host of the week award. Billy Weaver joining us on the Pit Electric Live Line. Weave, how you doing, man?
Doing good, man. But I will say that I was listening earlier on Facebook, and when I go on Facebook, I hit the YouTube video to be able to watch it on YouTube. So when you guys were asking for likes, I tried to like, and it wouldn't let me because it had to sign on to YouTube. So I don't know if that's an issue or that's a reason why you guys aren't getting more likes, because I tried to like it, and it didn't work.
Okay, Boomer. Set up an account, and then you can like it.
But, I mean, if you're watching through Facebook via or watching on YouTube via Facebook, you should still be able to like, right?
Look, I don't know, Weave. I don't know.
Look, I'm just trying to explain why, you guys don't have millions of likes, man. That's the reason right there.
Bottom line, Billy gave us a like on one of our platforms, and we like you for that. And Billy Weaver will be on this show begging for likes coming up on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show after East Carolina and South Florida. We've, man, let's get the keys to the game. I tell you what, the Pirates did their job defensively last week in the run game. Gave up some plays in the pass game, but we weren't really complaining about the defense on Saturday night. Hopefully they can keep that rolling into today. South Florida's been able to run the football. They have not thrown a touchdown pass in 2022, the only team that hasn't done that this year. I think that changes today. I think they'll throw for a touchdown today. We'll see if we can keep that stat going. But let's start with the defense. Weave, what do you want to see out of the Pirates' D today against the Bulls?
Well, like you said, I think they need to focus on stopping the run. They've been very good at that this year. And I think if you do that against South Florida, you make them play a little left-handed. Like you had mentioned, they haven't thrown a touchdown pass this year. That doesn't mean that's going to stay like that. I mean, that's just kind of, if you're South Florida, you're saying, okay, that's just what the defense has given us. But it's even weird to me that they haven't thrown to a back out of the backfield or even a shovel pass or something like that that's considered a touchdown pass that's an extension of the run. We may see something like that today that goes down as a passing touchdown. So who knows? But as far as East Carolina's defense goes, I think, stopping the run, I think creating some turnovers too. When you're on the road, I think turnovers are always key, especially for the road team. So I think that's going to be big and key today for East Carolina is to be able to create some turnovers and give that ball back to an offense that hopefully is a little bit better this week than was last week.
All right, and we go to that offensive side of the ball, Weave. What do we got to clean up today? What has to improve from last week to get this thing going and get some more points on the board and move the football like they were doing previous to the Navy game?
Well, if you remember me writing down all the first down plays through the entire game, you got to be better on first down. There were too many zeros on first down, be it run plays, incomplete passes, or what have you, because when you're on the road, you want to stay ahead of the chains. And you don't get ahead of the chains by not being productive on first down and having 0 or negative yards. You can't do that. So I think you got to be better on first down. I think for East Carolina today, too, is to jump out quick on South Florida. This is a team that doesn't have a whole lot of confidence right now. And I think if you can jump on top of them quick, sustain a nice, good balanced drive early on and score a touchdown and not a field goal like we saw last week. East Carolina had, a 96 or 97-yard drive that ended in a field goal. You just can't have that. You've got to be able to punch it in. So, I look for East Carolina to get a little bit more balanced offensively today, be a little bit more innovative in the play calling. How many times did we get calls last week of people saying they just thought the offense was vanilla? I don't ever want to see an offense vanilla, ever, described that way. That's just not that just doesn't lend itself to productivity. So I think you got to be balanced and go out there, try and score early and often. And also, the same on the flip side with offensively, when we talk about the defense creating turnovers, I think the Pirate offense has to protect the football because those 2 turnovers last week against Navy were huge in that game.
We've, as you know, and as we've discussed, we've had 2 games come down to kicks this year. Owen Daffer missing against NC State. He missed last week with a chance to tie it, send it into double overtime. So when the fourth quarter rolls around today, and if it's a key situation, I'm assuming we'll see him in that spot again, and you just hope he can make the kick. I mean, there's nothing really else you can do at practice, right, other than keep kicking and kicking the ball through the uprights, and until Mike Houston thinks he has another one on the roster that can kick better than Owen Daffer, we'll keep seeing him out there. I'm assuming we'll see him again today. You just hope it gets fixed, but again, like, what else can you do at this point to help that?
No, yeah, nothing at all. You hit it on the head because, you know, when receivers drop footballs, when running backs fumble the football, there are drills in practices that you can go through over and over to help those guys secure the football, to help the receivers get into a position to make a good catch and mechanics and things like that. With the kicking thing, it's almost like if you've ever played golf and you've gone out and, you know, your swing is just perfect, you have a great swing, and then one day you go out on a round of golf and you're slicing everything or you're hooking everything and you're thinking, man, what's going on? I'm doing exactly the same thing I've always done. Kicking is like golf in that aspect where it's a mental thing. So there's not a whole lot that you can do in practice to kind of fix that. It just comes down to Owen Daffer. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm just hoping that today and most of these games don't come down to having to rely on a kicker to win a football game for you. I don't think it should have come down to a kick last week, and hopefully this week it'll be enough of a cushion in the fourth quarter for East Carolina, that is, that you don't have to rely on your kicker to win the game for you.
Billy Weaver joining us, Pitt Electric Live Line. Weave, looking forward to hanging out with you after the game. We'll be watching some football and maybe watching a little Mets-Braves, tied for the division lead right here at the end of the year. Max Scherzer on the bump for the Mets tonight. Got a little drama going on. It's fun.
Yeah, I thought about that because I was watching a little bit of the, what do they call it, Big Noon Saturday on Fox or whatever. I think that's the show they call it. I can't remember all the names of all these shows. The only name I can remember is the Fifth Quarter Call-In Show. But anyway, I was watching that on Fox, and they were advertising that at 7 o'clock they're going to have the Mets and Braves. I immediately thought, wow, that's going to be great because that's going to be the time. The ECU football game is going to be over. We're going to be on the Fifth Quarter Call-In Show, and hopefully we'll have that game up, and I can kind of keep focused on the call-in show and keep an eye on my Mets beating the Braves.
Might have to go double. We need to get another TV in here because we got State Clemson. We got a lot of stuff to watch tonight while we're taking callers. And callers have been great this year. Keep it rolling tonight, folks. We've enjoyed interacting with you. Good, bad, ugly, doesn't matter. Call in. Give us your thoughts. We had Kenny Curlings. Sounded like he was like at the down of his liquor bottle last week, Billy, about to end it all. But I know he'll be back calling in this week. And then when the Pirates win, he's drinking the celebratory liquor. So I mean, it's fun, it's depressing, it's everything. It's an emotional show, and Weave and I are here to talk you through it after the game.
Yeah, it is an emotional roller coaster. I think we should market that somehow. And I think there should be a ride at Disneyland called the Emotional Roller Coaster.
Yeah.
With a big picture of Clip Brock
and you take off and you see Scotty Montgomery, and then the next you take a turn and there's Skip Holtz, and it's fun again, and then John Thompson, and then yeah.
That is amazing. Something really good.
Weave, we'll see you later on today, man.
All right, man.
There he is, Billy Weaver joining us. He'll be here on the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show, and looking forward to another fun one tonight here on Pirate Radio. Good work on YouTube, 109 likes. Facebook, we're up to 35. That's decent. Johnny says the Temple defense might have turned a corner. Haven't allowed a point to be scored in the last 109 minutes of game time. Haven't allowed a touchdown in the last 180 minutes. Let me check that score. It is still Temple 3, Memphis 0 as they play in the third quarter. So that is a snoozer there. Michigan just scored again. They're up 19-0 on Iowa. It is Ole Miss 19, Kentucky 12. Kentucky just getting the ball back. TCU has 41 points, and it's not halftime yet. 41-17 over Oklahoma. Good grief. They are putting it on Boomer Sooner. Army in the red zone trying to come back. Georgia State is one of two teams that have not won a game in college football this year in the FBS, and Georgia State had a 17-7 lead. It's now, or 17-0 lead. It's now 17-7, and Army is driving. Illinois scores a touchdown. They're up 21-10 on the road at Wisconsin. So the Illini, they are trying to go in and pull the upset in Madison, and Louisville has a 23-21 halftime lead over BC. Air Force up 10-3 on Navy. Navy does have the ball, trying to tie that game. So those are some scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by the Buck.
The Buck. And by the way, just wanted to let you know I'm trying to watch college football, and let's add to the list on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Yankees are up 4-0. Why do I say that? Because they're showing me not Kentucky Ole Miss. They're showing me Aaron Judge, and it's not a split screen. They are showing me
it is full screen.
Full screen.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge.
Yes, network.
Here's the pitch. It's a ball. Oh my gosh.
Chandler is fed up.
I'm trying to watch my game of the week
with this Aaron Judge stuff.
I'm trying to watch Chan Man's game of the week.
Chan Man's game of the week, trademark, and he's got baseball.
Thank goodness, there's a split screen now.
All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back when we return. We will check in with Brian North. Also got Claire Jeff's interview with Jalen Johnson as well. We got a lot more to go as we count you down to 2:30. East Carolina and South Florida. Back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Beauty Bar MediSpa wants to know if you are ready to fall into beauty. October 7th through the 14th, all services and products will be on sale. Botox, filler, painless laser hair removal, facials, RF microneedling, rejuvenating laser treatments to treat brown spots, wrinkles, texture, veins, and skin tightening. And now, the only facility in the area to offer non-surgical under-eye fat pad treatments. BeautyBarMediSpa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsey Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Greenville Utilities electric customers will soon be able to receive text notifications in the event of power outages. Enrollment is automatic, so make sure GUC has your cell phone number by signing into your account at GUC.com, then update the information in your user profile. Want to talk with someone instead? Call 252-752-7166 during business hours. 252-752-7166. Update us so we can update you. Visit GUC.com for more information.
Do you have an old injury or just some pain that keeps holding you back? It's time for you to get better. With Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we can help you get your life back. Whether you need to get back to a sport, back in the gym, or just back to enjoying life, our team of specialists use a one-on-one, hands-on approach in our state-of-the-art facility to get you back moving again. Don't settle for where you are. Don't stay in pain. Visit kptonline.com today to see how Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you live well, move more, and hurt less.
Your vehicle is a big part of your life. That's why you should trust the team at Greenville Auto World for all your vehicle needs. Greenville Auto World believes in fair prices, superior service, and treating customers right. Visit greenvilleautoworld.net to see their fully stocked inventory of SUVs, trucks, and cars. Need a lift kit, custom rims, or wheels? Greenville Auto World can upgrade your vehicle today. For sales or service, visit Greenville Auto World on Highway 43 in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night along with football. Monday is open mic night the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back, and for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join over the 59,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Hey, welcome back to the show. Counting you down, about 20 minutes away, kicking things off, East Carolina and South Florida. Kudos to you for tuning in today. Kudos to us for giving you something to tune into. And kudos to the guests. They have been on standby, ready to go. And that includes Brian North on the Pit Electric Live Line, who joins us today on the program, WCTI 12. Host of the Blitz on Friday nights when we have normal Friday nights, weather-wise. But North, how you doing today, man?
Good. Picking up sticks. Cleaning up after the big storm.
Oh, yeah. Picking up sticks. The life of Brian North. North, Pirates and Bulls. This series has been won by the Bulls over the years. East Carolina able to get them last year, looking for 2 in a row. They'll try to do it today in Boca Raton. This South Florida team, I bet they've been kind of ready for this game. East Carolina is a favorite in the game, but with the schedule of BYU and Louisville and Florida, they're probably ready to play somebody closer to their weight class, I would imagine, right?
That's the thing. We don't know what they are, right? Because
what is their weight class? Good question.
Yeah, we don't know if they're inferior or superior. We know they're not superior because they're not beating teams that are much better than them, and they beat the one team they should have. So we're just not quite sure what they are yet, and today will be a good indication, although you throw in the logistics of not being at home and having to travel, and so it's just it's going to be one of them weird games. But, it's hard to get a gauge on what the South Florida team is right now.
We had a hand on what East Carolina was offensively going into that Navy game, and Pirates took a step back last week, Brian. And, Navy had an extra week to prepare. Give credit to their coaches, both offense and defense. The way they were able to hit East Carolina in the passing game was the one blemish on our defense. But offensively, Brian, I don't know. What do we see from the Pirates today? What do you expect to see from Holton Ahlers in this team?
Yeah, that's a good question because I thought, against Navy, I thought second half they'll make the adjustments because obviously Navy was well prepared and threw some things at them. I thought they'd make those halftime adjustments and we'd see a better offense in the second half and maybe slightly better but not a whole lot. And so South Florida obviously has studied that tape and they're going to try and figure out what they can do to confuse Holton Ahlers, put pressure on him, twist, blitzes, all those things that really he has been the one thing on his resume he hasn't been able to really be hugely successful against confusing defenses. So that's the thing. It's going to be the offensive line having to pick up some of those blitz, some of those twists that he's going to see today, and can he have enough time to throw it down the field and find his receivers? So hot reads, things like that, that's still been the one question mark with Holton. So looking to see the offensive line being able to pick up those things.
Brian North joining us, Pitt Electric Lifeline. Breaking news, Kentucky made an extra point. Had not made one throughout this game so far, but they do. They are now tied with Ole Miss, 19-19. A good one going on in Oxford today, Brian. And as we look around college football coming up in that 3:30 window, Florida State, Wake Forest. The total is 67, so they're expecting a lot of points, a shootout in Tallahassee. What do you think happens? Number 22 versus number 23 going at it in this game.
Yeah. We talked about this earlier this week when we said Florida State's kind of one of those name brand schools. As soon as they start to get good again, people kind of elevate them and maybe a little higher than they should be. And Wake Forest is not one of those teams that anyone is going to fall in love with. They're going to have to keep proving it over and over. I like Wake Forest in this game. Florida State's defense is good, and I like where Florida State's headed in a direction, but I don't know if they're there yet where I feel like Wake Forest is. I know they're not great defensively, but they're so mature offensively, and the numbers that they can put up, they showed it against Clemson last week. And so I'm expecting Wake to go in there and win. I know everyone else in the country is picking Florida State, again, based on the name brands of the school without really looking into what Wake Forest has. And we belabor this point week in and week out. No matter how much you and I talk about it, the rest of the country just hasn't really invested in Wake Forest to look and see how good they really are.
Brian, speaking of teams that have trouble stopping other teams, North Carolina is at home against Virginia Tech. The Hokies have looked pretty abysmal so far this season. They go on the road. North Carolina, a 9-point favorite. And Virginia Tech hasn't done anything really against anybody. Can North Carolina finally stop a team on defense starting today with the Hokies?
Yeah, we'll have to see. You start listening to your coaches a little bit more, and I know they had a players-only meeting at Chapel Hill this last week. They got to start figuring out and buying into some things on defense because it's been Swiss cheese. And with the athletes they have defensively, there's no reason for that. It's just guys playing individually and not being responsible for what they're supposed to do in the scheme. And once they start buying into what Gene Chizik is trying to coach them there, I think they'll be okay defensively. And you can get really healthy against Virginia Tech in a hurry because of how bad they've been.
Clemson, Brian, there used to be a term Clemsoning, and that is long gone since Dabo's been winning titles and being a premier program in the country. The term NC State bleep still alive and well. That could maybe be erased a little bit tonight if they can take down Clemson in Death Valley. What do you think about that matchup, Brian? Clemson showed some offense last week against Wake Forest, and I was shocked at how Wake Forest moved the ball against them. I don't think Clemson will give up that many points to NC State. The question is, can State stop Clemson? Do we see a lower scoring game tonight, Brian? What kind of game are you expecting?
Yeah, lower scoring game because that NC State defense is for real, and I think that State defense is built to stop Clemson. I've said all along, I think what Dave Doran's been doing the last few years is building a team specifically to beat Clemson. So I like that defense. The Clemson offense, despite getting some points against Wake Forest last week, I'm still not a believer in their quarterback, DJ. He's got a lot more to prove to me. I've just seen him play too miserably through the last year and a half. I think the light bulb all of a sudden went on last week. So can State go in there? Look, what's Clemson got? The longest home win streak in the nation, maybe even the longest win streak in the nation now. They don't lose at home. So there's so many things not in NC State's favor, but I think this comes down to a last possession game here where it's going to be a field goal game, whoever can get in that late field goal position. But defense is going to be the key in this one, and who can solve the other's defense first.
Brian North joining us. Brian, going on in Durham. And look, Bronco Mendenhall did not build a monster there in Charlottesville, but yeah, they went to a bowl in 17, won 8 games in 18, 9 in 19. They were 5-5, 6-6 the previous 2 years. And Mendenhall no longer there. But to see Virginia as an underdog against Duke, and they still got Brennan Armstrong there, and again, they weren't mighty, but how the mighty have fallen to be an underdog in Durham tonight, just strange to see to me.
Yeah, when we talk about, those brand schools, and, maybe Duke lives off of his basketball reputation because we know football has not had the greatest rep through the years, and for UVA, they've had a pretty good football pedigree.
Yeah.
You're just looking at names in this one, you would say, how could that happen? And look, Duke goes and loses his first game last week to a pretty good Kansas team. We're still trying to figure out how good this Duke team really is. Their resume's similar to South Florida, beating the teams they should,
right.
but not getting that one big signature win yet to make you a real believer in them. So this is going to be a fascinating game now. It's going to be interesting. I would think UVA just has a little bit more of that pedigree, but being on the road, playing at Duke, maybe that gives the Blue Devils just enough of an advantage. But I think this is going to be a late possession game, too, and whoever has that late possession wins.
Brian, always enjoy talking football with you here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll let you get back to picking up sticks. Put your daughters to work. Are they of age to work quite yet?
Grandma killed me today. I had them outside ready to go, and Grandma showed up and stole them.
The one reason you have kids to have extra workers on hand, and then they get taken from you. So
excited, and all of a sudden Grandma saved me. Got my fat butt out here doing extra work, which you can use, and getting ready to sit down and watch the Pirates.
All right, man. Enjoy it, Brian, and we'll talk to you again soon, man.
All right, sounds good, Clipper.
WCTI 12, Brian North joining us, Pit Electric Live Line today. Talking football, going around the horn, looking at some scores right now. Michigan still blanking Iowa 20-0 that score. It is all 19, all knotted up in Oxford, Ole Miss, and Kentucky. TCU up 41-17 on Oklahoma at the half. Minnesota has tied Purdue 10-10 as they play in the third quarter. Army, oh no, Georgia State trying to get on the board with a win. It is now 17-14, and Army is about to score again, and Georgia State about to lose the lead. Illinois putting it on Wisconsin, 24-10 in Madison today. That one in the third quarter. Can Temple keep the shutout alive? They're up 3-0, but Memphis is in the red zone against the Temple Owls as they play 3-0 in the third, and an absolute thriller on ESPNU. Navy has the ball, trailing 10-3. Against Air Force. And 3-0 James Madison. When are they going to start receiving some votes? Maybe they already are. They are, Chandler?
They're receiving a few.
3-0. They're up 7-0 on Texas State as JMU playing in FBS ball, looking really good after the win over Appalachian State. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We will make some fantasy picks. We'll have to tally up some scores from last week, and we'll make some picks for this week and get you set for kickoff, East Carolina and South Florida. Take a timeout, come back, more to go. Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
This is Holt Nailers. I've been eating at Parker's Barbecue since I was a kid. Now, all these years later, I still love to eat at Parker's. In fact, I love it so much, I bring my entire offensive line with me. They protect me, and I look out for them with great food from Parker's Barbecue. So whether you bring the team like me or just your friends and family, the awesome barbecue, chicken, and seafood at Parker's is a win every time. Parker's Barbecue, where they always treat you like family.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers for my friends at ArcPoint Labs. Just as I trust my teammates, you can trust ArcPoint Labs to give you quick and accurate results for your laboratory testing needs. ArcPoint Labs provides insights and solutions to enable individuals, businesses, and communities to make informed decisions on their health, safety, and well-being. Visit any of the 6 Eastern North Carolina ArcPoint Labs locations or go to arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. UniversitySportswearENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, UniversitySportswearENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit UniversitySportswearENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. UniversitySportswearENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
This is Braxton Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. If you're looking to purchase a home, it is still a great time, and being pre-qualified before you begin shopping is an advantage. At Angel Oak, we offer a wide variety of programs ranging from conventional, government, and portfolio loans that can fit most financial situations. To get started, contact our experienced team of Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, Wanda Hager, or myself, Braxton Green, at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
The Dickinson Avenue Public House is a lively and diverse restaurant in Greenville that utilizes fresh and local ingredients. With influences of Creole, Asian, and upscale Southern cuisine, the Dickinson Avenue Public House offers a seasonally rotating menu and a full-service bar with rotating craft brews on tap. Come to the intersection of 8th and Dickinson and enjoy $1 off drafts on Tuesday, half-price flights on Wednesday, half-price wine bottles on Thursday, and $1 oysters Tuesday through Friday from 5:30 to 7. For more details, check out their website at daphousenc.com.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take a quick look at your scoreboard. It is Georgia State hanging on to a 17-14 lead over Army. Louisville leads Boston College 23-21 in the third quarter. Michigan not having a problem with Iowa, 20-0 in the third. Navy trailing Air Force still 10-3 at the start of the fourth quarter. It is Oklahoma 17, TCU 41. Minnesota and Purdue are tied at 10 apiece in the third quarter. Memphis hanging on to a 7-3 lead over Temple in the third quarter. Kansas State and Texas Tech are tied at 20 with just under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Ole Miss leads Kentucky 22-19 in the third. Oregon State and Utah midway through the first quarter, they are tied at 7 apiece. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by the Buck. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. And they are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. You can follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, just about go time. East Carolina and South Florida. And man, I don't know who could have walked through that door to give me a bigger smile than I just had than Mike Mullis, who talked about basketball practice beginning this week, MLB playoffs starting on Friday, football season, obviously. We're in the middle of it. But Mully was out watching a little ECU baseball scrimmage, right, Mully?
Yeah, I got it.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, got a chance to watch guys go. I guess they went 6 innings, something like that. But yeah,
all right.
Good to get out there. Perfect day for it.
Any standouts?
Hoover with a home run.
Hoover bomb, okay.
Hoover, Lenia to right, just a absolute missile. But yeah, it's fun to just fun to be out there.
P-Rod, you like saying that?
No, P-Rod.
I like saying P-Rod.
Yeah, frozen rope.
What'd you say?
Lenia, blind drive.
Lenia. I'm not familiar with that.
I'm liking these new terms.
I like it. All right, we got to make some fantasy picks before we do, Mully. Pirates, you think they bounce back today?
Need to. I mean, this is almost one of those. Is it too early for a must win?
We said it earlier. We started breaking it down. Must win for what? To go to a bowl game? I say yes.
A must win to kind of
win the conference. Yes,
to get your head back on your shoulders. And I don't know if you watched any of that Tulane Houston affair last night, but Tulane's no joke. Nor is Houston. But I don't know.
Daniel Holgerson's a joke.
Well, I tell you what, he's got them playing good. Pirates need to win one today. Obviously, I think they can win every game the rest of the way, or they can lose every game the rest of the way. It's going to be really, really close, which is a sign of a good conference.
I'm glad Mully's here as we do this because last week, looking at the fantasy picks, I put the mush on it with Keaton Mitchell. Of course, I pick him for the first time he gets hurt.
Right.
That's par for the course.
Nicely done.
Shirley had C.J. Johnson. Glenn had Ryan Jones. He was our winner. Chandler, why did you not participate last week?
You know why.
Oh, I know. I just wanted you to say it.
Yeah, you know why. Why are you asking? You know one of my pet peeves is, right?
What's that?
When you ask a question that you know the answer to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shirley,
so quit asking.
Shirley, why was Chandler here, not here last week?
Because he took the day off to celebrate his birthday.
Oh, okay. That's right. I know.
Sorry, Chan.
I honestly was surprised to see him in here today. I figured it was like a birthday week thing.
He showed up today, Molly.
Well,
Ready
today
to go.
is the 1st, which is the official start of my birthday month.
Oh, thank you for being here, Shirley.
Well,
thank you.
That's mighty decent of you, Shirley.
All right, so Glenn won last week, so it resets the board for us here. Shirley, I'll let you lead off.
I'm sticking with my man because he is bound to have a breakout day, so I'm sticking with CJ.
Johnson.
Shirley has gone with C.J. Johnson every week.
I'm staying with him.
I will take. Who am I going to leave Chandler to get? I'm going to take my guy. Crap, I got multiple guys.
But you're going with Rajay.
But only one guy calls you my guy.
See, that's where I made a mistake. I want my man, Isaiah Winstead, not my guy, Rajay Harris. I'm going to go Isaiah Winstead. Sorry, Rajay. I'm going to go Winstead. I think he finds the end zone for the second straight week. Chandler, who you got?
All right. I like this because we're all going to go with receivers. I'm going to go with another Johnson. I'm going to go Jalen Johnson.
All right. Jalen Johnson is the pick. What do you think about that exercise, Mully?
That was great.
Fascinating.
You know what? The nice part is it was succinct. You got it done. It was good.
No farting around.
No, good timing and ready to kick it off.
Grab you a snack on the way out, Mully, because Country Mart hooked us up with sausage dogs, cheese biscuits, bacon, and a little fatback from Mama Shirley.
Wow.
Fatback Mama Shirley Rhodes.
Fatback.
Enjoying herself today. Good stuff. Thank you to Country Mart. Thanks to everybody who was a part of today's show, namely Mike Mullis, for dropping by. Also, Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors. Troy D hung out with us. Jeff Charles, the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, Brian Bailey, Billy Weaver, Brian North, and Patrick Mason. And thanks to you for tuning in today. 113 likes on the YouTube. Give yourselves a round of applause. Well done, people. Well done. All right, we'll be back with you after the game. U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. Myself, Weave, and the crew here will be taking your calls after the game. For everyone here, I am Clip Brock. Thanks for tuning in. We'll talk to you afterwards. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.